Assalomu alaykum. Sizlarni O'zbekiston iqtisodiy forumida ko'rib turganimizdan yana bir bor mamnunmiz. Mazkur davra suhbati ish o'rinlarini yaratish va iqtisodiy o'sish mexanizmi sifatida kichik va o'rta biznesni qo'llab-quvvatlash mavzusiga bag'ishlanadi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Uzbekistan Economic Forum. In this roundtable session, it's going to be discussed on fostering small and medium-sized enterprises as a job creation and economic growth engine. Ushbu davra suhbati speakerlarni o'z joylarini egallashlarini so'raymiz. We kindly request the speakers of the roundtable session to take their seats. Davra suhbatini boshlash uchun so'z navbatini davra suhbati moderatori Jahon banki iqtisodchisi Vinayak Nagaraj.
Bu inglizcha.
Men o'ylaymanki, injenerlar hammasini to'g'rilab qo'yishdi. Juda baland ovoz chiqyapti. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli janoblar. Juda xursandman siz bilan bugun bo'lishdan. Men ismim Vini, men Jahon bankiga ishlayman. O'zbekistonda davlat iqtisodchiman. Juda xursandman bu panelda ishtirok etishdan. Men 4 yildan beri, 3,5 yildan beri O'zbekistonda ishlayman. Barcha ma'ruzalarni eshitib, har xil masalalar ko'tardinglar. Yaqinda ham shu bo'lgan suhbat ham juda qiziq bo'ldi. Bu yerda biz biznes haqida gapiryapmiz, xususiy sektor haqida gapiryapmiz. Endi boshlashimizdan oldin nima qilmoqchi edim? Men panel ishtirokchilarini tanishtirmoqchiman. Ba'zi bir fikrlarni, biznes sektor haqida fikrlarni bilmoqchimiz. Jahon bankini shu 18-yilda hisobot ostida biz shu yo'l bilan bizni
point in the reforms where a lot of change has happened. And so I'd like to use that and then ask all of our panelists a couple of questions. And then move into a second phase of discussion where I have some quick fire questions for a few of you. And then come back to thinking a little bit about what the future is going to look like. And one interesting rule I'm going to impose on our colleagues from who are not purely from the private sector, from the government or from international institutions, or for me, the moderator for that matter, is we will get less time to speak than the private sector will today. So in all our questions, you will have a minute or two extra, and in all our questions, we'll have a minute or two less, as a way of giving you the voice. And I think we want to give you the voice, especially some of you whom I know very well. Your voices are very, very much worth hearing. So with that in mind, let me introduce our panel today. So first, I'd like to introduce Zafar Hashimov, who is the CEO of Korzinka. I feel like I don't need to say anything more. If you need anything more, his Telegram channel is well worth subscribing to. I read it every time I get a flash on my phone. I'm excited because I'm learning something new. I've learned a lot from Zafar over the years. I wanted to introduce you to Dildora. Dildora Tajanova is arguably a very interesting story from my brief interactions when we've talked about her experiences as an entrepreneur in New Uzbekistan, exploring new sectors of the economy, horticulture, and the wonderful opportunities that it produces. So very excited to talk to you here today. I've got Mr. Ilham Norkulov, who is the first Deputy Minister from the Ministry of Economic Development and Poverty Reduction. Mr. Norkulov is a former central banker, and now is tackling the many burdens of what the reform and the vision of the reforms are going to hold. Very, very close working counterpart, and it's a delight to be able to speak to you formally here after so many informal conversations and meetings. We're joined by Mr. Adham Ikramov, who is the chairman of the Uzbekistan Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I've also recently, I was listening to you speak at the State Asset Management Agency Privatization Forum, and I was thinking it would be good to talk to you one more time, and now we have this opportunity to do so. Lovely to see you again. And finally, we have Eugene Zhukov, who is the Director General for the Asian Development Bank, covering Central Asia. And as I was just learning, Eugene and I also have some common ground from a previous role that we used to do, and some very interesting experiences there. And I think it's nice to have an international financial institution bringing us some of those different experiences from around the world. And so I feel like we all have our contributions to make. Let's get started, right? I want to throw out 5 observations that I've seen about the private sector, looking at the data and from my experiences talking to many of you, right? The first is that the rate at which new businesses are being created, right, is a little bit smaller. It's lower than the rate at which new businesses are being created in other countries that you could compare Uzbekistan to, in the region, by income group. And I want to say one thing. This data is from 2019 and 2018 and 19, which means that it probably has not captured all of the impact of reforms, and we know this. And I'll give you a chance later, Ilham, to talk about that. The second observation, so the first is that there aren't enough new businesses being created. The second is that businesses in Uzbekistan, small businesses, whereas in other countries in the world, small businesses grow or they die, they shut down, right? And they close and they start something else. In Uzbekistan, there's a lot of small companies and they stay small for a long time.
Endi uchinchi masalani ko'tarmoqchi edim. Bu juda ko'p biznes tadqiqotlaridan xulosalar xulosa qilish mumkin. Potensial ularning juda katta. Lekin normativlar gohida ularga xalaqit beradi. Bu eski ma'lumotlar, hali ham reformlar amalga oshyapti. Endi hozir bizga tushuntiring qanday bo'lyapti bu reformlar. To'rtinchisi juda kam tashqariga savdo, O'zbekistonda tashqi savdo sal kamroq boshqa hududdagi kompaniyalarga qaraganda firmalar ko'p eksport qilmaydi. Ular asosan ko'pincha import bilan shug'ullanishadi. Innovatsiyalar, yangi fikrlar tashqaridan olib kelinayotgan kamroq kerak bo'lganidan. Shuning uchun nimadir yetishmayapti. Menimcha aloqalar, balkim xalqaro aloqalar yetarli emas. 5-kuzatuv innovatsiyalar biznesda kamroq. Hududiy regionda, O'rta Osiyodan regionga solishtirganda, ya'ni bu ko'rsatyaptiki, faqat 4% formal xususiy sektor firmalari shu ilm va konstruksiyalar bilan shug'ullanadi. Tadqiqotlar bilan. Qiziq masala, biznes tekshiruv 26% biznes onlayn veb-saytlarga ega. Yevropa Centralanda 30dan oshiq. Bu sizlarda kamroq. Ya'ni bu endi boshlash uchun bu struktura, bu fikrlarni men sizlarga bermoqchi edim. Bu haqida nima deb o'ylaymiz? Albatta biz tushunamiz. 17-yildan beri ko'p narsalar o'rganardi. Endi Zafar aka, sizdan boshlasak, marhamat. Men ba'zi bir fikrlarimni aytib o'tdim. Nima deb o'ylaysiz? Shu meni fikrlarimga qo'shilasizmi? Qanday qiyin biznes boshlash O'zbekistonda, o'stirish biznesi? Nima deb o'ylaysiz shu haqda? Birinchi navbatda katta rahmat bu davra suhbatiga taklif qilganingizga. Men asosan siz fikrlaringizga qo'shilaman va bitta narsani yana aytmoqchi edimki, agar siz so'raganingizda bu savollarni 5 yil oldin berganingizda men sizga qo'shilmas edim. Lekin hozir vaqt yetib keldi. Haqiqatda juda ko'p xalaqit beradigan narsalar bor edi. Hozir ular yo'qotildi. Agar siz so'rasangiz, hali ham biz bari hajmda ozgina hali ham xalaqit beradigan narsalar bor. Biz hali ham normativlarni biznesga o'zgartirishga muhtojmiz. Hali ham ko'p hujjatlar bor, qonunchiliklar bor, normativlar bor. Ular ham shu tadbirkorlarga xalaqit beradi. Yana bitta narsa, bozor hali ham xavfli, riskli deb qaraladi. Biznes amalga oshirish ham xavfli deb qaraladi. Bu ham shu foiz stavkalariga ta'sir qiladi va xalqaro valyuta bilan bog'liq risklar hali ham biz reformalarda hali yengimiz. Biz aytishimiz mumkin reformalar 2017-yilda boshlangan bo'lsa, keyin biz 1,5 yil pandemik situatsiyada bo'ldik. Hozir reformani boshida turibmiz hali ham xususiy tadbirkorlarda hali ham katta shu xavf tushunchasi bor va menda juda aniq savol bor risk va madaniyat haqida. Lekin siz to'g'ri rasm yorityapsiz. Bitta narsani tashkilotchilardan bitta video ko'rdim. Bizda onlayn panelistlar ham bor, menimcha. Agar ular bo'lsa, ularni tanishtirmoqchi edim. Juda qiziqyapman sizni so'zingizga. Dan Patterson ham Silvilikda ijrochi direktori. Tashkilotchilardan onlayn ishtirokchilar bormi? Ben Slab BMT taraqqiyot dasturidan ham qo'shilyapti onlayn sifatida. Bog'landimi ular biz bilan? Ularni ham taklif qilmoqchiman panelga. Dora eksportyor. Men sizni yaxshi bilaman, Dora eksportyor. U juda yaxshi. Instagramda ham men sizni kuzatib boraman. Va yangi yo'llarni ochish uchun sizlar uchun ham savol. Siz birlamchi ishlarni bajaryapsiz. Yangi kompaniya, yangi startap, yangi O'zbekistonni boshlasiz. Savdochilik, mevachilik sektori $1 million eksport qildingiz. Haqiqatda juda ajoyib reformalar amalga oshyapti. Men ham shuni bir qismi bo'ldim, ya'ni to'lov qonunlarini to'lash, eksport talablarini o'zgartirish. Ya'ni kimdir O'zbekistonda shu qishloq xo'jalik sektorida faoliyat boshlasa, biz gohida muhokama qilamiz. Nima deb o'ylaysiz? Eng qiyin muammolar bilan siz to'qnashyapsiz biznesingizni oshirish uchun. Rahmat savol uchun. Birinchi navbatda aytishim kerak. Juda xursandman. Men kutmagan edim. Meni taklif qilishlaringlarni. Shunday odamlarning orasida o'tirish katta rahmat taklif uchun. Ikkinchi narsa muammolar. Biznesdagi meni bu savollarni ko'p marta berishadi menga bu savollarni va ilgari ko'p muammolar bor edi. Men 4 yildan beri shu kompaniyani boshqaryapman. Men mevalarni eksport qilyapman. Hozir raqamli biznes boshladim. Fermerlarni, eksportyorlarni raqamlashtiryapmiz va o'ylaymanki, hozir muammo mavjud. Uni hal qilish juda qiyin. Bu inson kapitali va iqtidorli biznesmenlarni. Men albatta ta'lim tizimiga murojaat qilardim. Bu juda qiyin masala. Buni haqida gapirishimiz mumkin, lekin bu asosiy muammo. Bu muammoni haqiqatda sotib ola olmaysiz, hal qila olmaysiz pul bilan ham, lekin siz o'zingizni armiyangizni o'stirishingiz kerak va bu qiyin muammo. Men aytardim, bu birinchi masala deb o'ylayman. Albatta bu 18-19-yilda Jahon banki shu o'sish bo'yicha hisobot chop qilgan edi. Mana ham kazavarlar ham aytishib o'tishgan. Nima firmalarni o'sishga xalaqit beryapti? Innovatsiyalarga nima xalaqit beryapti? Barcha shu muammolarni olsak, ko'nikmalar, qobiliyat. Siz aytganingizdek, shu ishingizda boshlang'ich bosqichda ekansiz va shu ko'nikmalar xalaqit beradi. Bu juda qiziq buni eshitish. Men bunga qaytaman. Janob Norqulov, haqiqatda bugun ajoyib forumda siz bilan birga qatnashish. Ko'p siz bilan bu masalalar haqida gaplashganmiz. Yana bitta narsani hech qachon charchamayman eshitishdan. Har doim har xil fikrlarni eshitaman va sizni guruhingiz iqtisodiyot vazirligida shu transformatsiyalar, reformalarni boshida turibsizlar va shu muhokamalarni eshitganimda albatta qayerda shu reformalar kelib chiqyapti, juda qiyin ish. Qisqacha gapira olasizmi? Nima o'ylaysiz? Nima o'zgardi? 17-yildan beri davlat ishlarida va Zafar akada ham gapirib o'tdilar. Biznes uchun bu o'zgarishlar nimani olib keldi? Qiziq bo'lardi sizni fikringizni eshitishga. Nimalar o'zgardi? Sizni aloqangiz biznes sektori bilan va sizni fikringizcha biznes 17-yildan beri qanday o'zgardi?
Rahmat, Vini. Boshida qo'ygan savollaringizdan boshlasak, keyin o'zgarishlarga o'tsak, siz eslatib o'tayotgan oxirgi 5 yilda tashkil topgan firmalarning sonini haqida gapiradigan bo'lsak, ular 2 barobar ko'paydi. Agar o'sishni pandemiyadan agar hisobga olmasak, pasayganini o'shanda 1,5 barobar bo'lgan bo'lsa, bizneslar soni, tadbirkorlar soni ko'paygani 2 barobar bo'ldi. Bu haqda ham gaplashsak bo'ladi. Ikkinchi muammo, balki buni barcha firmalarni o'z qo'lamimizga ola olmasligimiz mumkin. Ya'ni biz juda ham yomon, demak qora iqtisodiyotdan boshladik, yomon bir holatdan boshladik, keyin o'shani tiklashdan boshladik va biz demak boshqa tomondan juda ham noto'g'ri statistikalar berib borildi va bosim bor bo'lardi dedi. Soliq nuqtai nazaridan soliq yuklamasi, lekin mana shu islohotlar kichik va o'rta biznesga yaxshi sharoitlarni yaratdi. Avvalambor men bir misolni keltirmoqchiman. Balki biroz g'alati bo'lishi mumkin. Yaqinda men Farg'ona vodiysidan qaytayotganimda kechki payt edi. Biz mashinada qaytayotgan edik. Birinchi qatorda butunlay demak yuk mashinalar band edi. Oldinlari bu narsani kuzatmas edik. Nima uchun buni statistika ko'rsatmayapti deb hayron bo'ldim. Demak, xalqaro valyuta fondi bilan bu borada ham statistika borasida ishlayapmiz. Lekin savolingizga qaytadigan bo'lsak, o'zgarishlarni 2 qismga bo'lgan bo'lardim. Birinchisi
key policies that have created condition, starting from
yaratgan siyosat,
FX market liberalization, and the people, Zafar can confirm this, how hard it was. How hard it was to get FX for even a small, big or medium importers. And it was a success of the business if you could buy the FX, not thinking about finding the market. And the same thing applies for, cash. The difference between the cash and non-cash payment. And, previously, we can argue this is of course different topic, but 5 years before, you would say that cash and plastic cards. But today, plastic cards for many people means cash. We don't mean the cash by the paper money. So, because plastic card means that you have already cash, because everywhere you have access to get the cash, for small, and so people they can get the cash, they can buy in the market, etc. The next thing is the tax administration, tax reforms. So, Zafar from the business side, they can all the time
doimiy ravishda
communicate with business and
muloqot qilib
he can,
yuradilar
as a business
tadbirkorlar
representative
bilan
of business
va
can,
tadbirkorlarni
elaborate more on this issue. The next
tomonidan bu borada
block of the
fikrlarini
reforms
bilishlari
is
mumkin.
like
Ikkinchi
easing
islohotlar
the business
to'lqini
condition, like
bu biznes
removing the
muhitini
requirements for
yaxshilash,
license, permits,
litsenziyalar,
like 100 types of the license they were removed.
turli xil
And maybe
yuzdan ortiq
more than 20 types
litsenziyalar
of the permits
olish
they also
va 20 xildan
removed.
ortiq
And
ruxsatnomalar
the permission to
olish
get the
bekor
connection to
qilindi.
electricity supply and the
Masalan,
construction permits, etc. They also were
imkon ulanish uchun litsenziya va
contract
bu
like substantially.
kabi
So we can list
bekor qilindi.
many things, but
Biz juda ham
important
ko'p
thing
narsalarni
here.
aytib o'tsak bo'ladi. Bu yerda eng muhimi
So in a relatively short period of time,
juda ham
we were
qisqa
able to
vaqt
establish
ichida
a very good platform for
biz
communicating
juda ham
with
yaxshi
business.
muloqot
This
platformasi
is very
biznes
important.
bilan muloqot
If you, Zafar
platformasini
already mentioned that if
tashkil
you
qildik.
compare
Zafar aka aytib
what was
o'tganlaridek
before
5 yil oldingi
and what we have
holat bilan
today,
solishtirsak
it's
va bugungi
completely
bor
different
narsa
scenario.
bilan
Night and day, right?
This is
boshqa
the
ssenariy
important
bo'ladi.
thing, because now policy doesn't come from the office.
Siyosat
Previously,
ofisdan kelmayapti.
when
Oldin
I haven't, I start like my experience at the Ministry of Economy,
tajribamni
maybe
iqtisodiyot
nearly
vazirligida
17 or 18 years before.
17
And I know
yil
what
oldin
it is.
boshlaganman
And
va bu
I'm not going
nimaligini juda yaxshi
to
tushunaman.
blame or criticize,
Men buni
but the situation has
tanqid
changed.
qilmoqchiman, qoralamoqchi
Most
emasman,
of
lekin vaziyat
the
o'zgardi.
ideas, solutions, they would
Ko'p
come from the office,
fikrlar
government office, but now
hukumat
the solution
ofislaridan chiqardi,
is coming from
hukumat kabinetlaridan
from the
chiqardi.
ground,
Bugungi kunda
from the
endi
business, and
yerdan
then
chiqyapti. Biznes
they're being
tomondan
transformed
kelyapti.
to
Va ular keyinchalik
government decisions.
I'm going to give you one
hukumat
penalty
qarorlariga
point
aylanyapti.
because you didn't mention my favorite reform, which is the encashment requirements are no longer there. When businesses used to have to deposit their cash 3 or 4 times a day to these machines that would come, and now it's now much easier, more voluntary. When I visited the Red Tag shop, I asked the manager how it's going, and he's like, "Oh my God, it's great." Another anecdote, I remember when we interviewed you for our video, you told me before the Forex reforms, every day, Monday to Friday, maybe Saturday and Sunday too, your job from 9 to 9 was to look for foreign exchange. You had no time to run the business and to grow the business. And then the foreign exchange reforms happened. And from having only 5 businesses across the country, you now have how many? We'll come to that actually, but it's like night and day. And I was just reflecting on that as well. But I take your point that there are these blocks of reforms, these institutional reforms, these kind of direct regulatory reforms, and both have had this impact. I want to switch over to Dan. Now that I have him, please don't lose him. Dan's story of Silverleaf is just incredible. If you should all go to the website and read his story. There's a story of how the company came into existence. And like me, Dan, you arrived here in 2018 to a changed Uzbekistan. It was already quite different. But your links across the cotton sector go back almost 90 years here. And I love this quote from your website. You say, from the first day, the newly created US-Uzbek enterprise has been entrusted with a great responsibility to convince themselves and to make skeptics move away from the old stereotypes regarding the investment climate in Uzbekistan. That's some powerful words, Dan, and it's really nice to have you on the panel. Could you explain yourself? What are these stereotypes? Which of these do you think are still most acutely binding?
Hali ham bormi va ular qaysilar? Rahmat. Meni barchani ko'rganimdan xursandman. Mana shu moderatorlik qilayotganingizdan xursandman. Va juda ham ajoyib savol bo'ldi. Juda ham ko'p o'zgarishlar bo'ldi oxirgi 4 yilda O'zbekistonda. Ko'p stereotiplar, biz o'tgan stereotiplar bu o'zbek paxtasi haqidagi demak singib qolgan fikrlar, ya'ni bunda majburiy bola mehnati degan gap bo'lardi va xususiy iqtisodiyot haqida meni tajribam haqida gapirishim, faqat o'zimizning tajribamiz. Islohotlar bugungi kundagi prezident o'sha mana shu masalalarga e'tibor berayotgan ekan, juda ham muvaffaqiyatli. kechyapti. Bizda buni hozir biz ko'ryapmiz, xususiylashtirish ko'ryapmiz va mana shu xususiylashtirish orqali iqtisodiyotni kuchaytirsa bo'ladi. Shuningdek, boshqa sohalar ham bor. Bunda ham stereotiplik bor va bu o'tish davrida masalan korrupsiya haqida hududiy va mahalliy hukumat vakillarining harakatlari, ular doimiy ravishda mahalliy va regional hukumat vakillari bilan yaqindan ishlab kelishyapti, ya'ni tadbirkorlar muvaffaqiyatli va erkin ishlash uchun. Siz ba'zi bir muammolar haqida gapirdingiz. Agar muammolar deydigan bo'lsak, o'sha mana shu stereotiplarni, qotib qolgan fikrlarni odamlarda o'shani yo'qotish kerak. Ya'ni biznesni boshqaruv salohiyati hali ham yetarli emas. Meni hamkasbim Zafar ham ko'p bu borada qiynalgan bo'lsa kerak. Biz ham mana shu kompaniyamizni boshqarishda mana shunday kamchilik, demak bizda to'siqlar bor. Yana bir muammolardan biri muloqotlar. Albatta, O'zbekistondagi operator sifatida muloqot boshqaruv bilan, jarayonlari bilan, boshqaruv konsepsiyasi, boshqaruv amaliyoti, bular juda ham muhim. Albatta, kichik va o'rta biznes uchun va ular muvaffaqiyatli bo'lishi uchun. Va nihoyat, biz bilamizki, bank sistemasi, bank tizimi islohotlar ularni ham qo'llab-quvvatlayapti va biz ko'rayotgan muammolar shundaki, ya'ni aynan garantiyalar qo'yish bo'yicha muammolar, kafolat bo'yicha muammolar, ya'ni mana shu qiyinchiliklarni yechish kerak. Ya'ni bizneslar uchun qo'yiladigan kafolatlarni, mana shu stereotiplarni 3 ta asosiy holatga bo'lganlardan birinchisi ishonch, ya'ni bu ishonchni va keyin o'tish davri.
Amazing, thank you, Dan. You were saying a little bit about Zafaraka's point that he also would acknowledge on skills, and I was just reflecting very quickly. We spoke about this yesterday, and I can't but remember that your solution to the skills problem was to just go and start your own university. We should talk about that at some point, right? And that was your way of fixing the problem, and now it's a thriving place of learning. So I want to come across to Eugene. One of the nice things, just to take a little bit of a break and go back to a helicopter view here, learning from other country experiences, is that Uzbekistan's late reform. It's in a position of real power here from a knowledge perspective, right? Because many countries have succeeded in their transition to grow business and to grow small business and medium businesses into large ones that create the jobs. And many have failed and many have not been successful. From your perspective, from the ADB's perspective, could you talk to us a little bit about some of those lessons? From your side, what should we do in that space?
Thank you for this question. Is it better now? Yeah. So our institution, which was set up in late 1960s, one of the first projects which we used to do was to provide so-called financial intermediation loans, where we would lend our ADB money, cheap money, to the local financial institutions.
Osiyo taraqqiyot bankining moliyasini kichik summalarda berish bo'lgan.
Over time, we actually came to understand that
shu narsani tushundikki, moliyaga ko'p imkoniyat bo'lishining o'zi yetarli emas. Va bu ham kichik va o'rta bizneslar tadbirkorlarni boshqa davlatlardan isbotlandi.
I think a more comprehensive approach which focuses on creating of enabling environment is very important for development of SMEs. And ADB has been working in this area with the government of Uzbekistan very closely. And what I'm going to say is a lot of overlaps with complements to what First Deputy Minister just mentioned. Let me just give 3 examples of the areas where we're working on the reforms in the SME sector in Uzbekistan. First, we're working with the government to address institutional
hukumat
and
bilan
administrative costs of doing
institutsional
business, trying to
va
help the government to
biznesni
reduce those.
bajarish, biznes
This
boshlash
has been done
bo'yichagi
through the better
xarajatlarni
interagency
haqida
coordination of government support services to
rejalar
SMEs,
va loyihalar olib
including
boryapmiz.
streamlining
Bu borada
financial and non-financial support
moliyaviy
to
va
SME
moliyaviy
development.
bo'lmagan ko'nikmalar
Second, we also work with the government to help the government to reduce the
hukumatni
tax and administrative burden on the
soliq
small and medium business, and to provide the SMEs incentives to formalize their
kichik
businesses,
va o'rta
going from the grey
biznesni
sector to become a fully incorporated entities.
kichik
Second area
sektordan
is
to'liq
I think
korxonalarga
it's important
aylanish
for
yo'lida
Uzbekistan is the
O'zbekiston
trade
uchun yana muhim
facilitation and
savdo
digitalization of the SMEs.
ko'maklashish
And this is being done by again
Bu,
reducing the
albatta,
institutional and technical
institutsional
barriers for
va
SMEs
texnik
to
mavjud
become better linked to
to'siqlarni
the
yengib o'tish
international
uchun
value chains,
xalqaro
including through the accreditation of the test laboratories for growing export sector in Uzbekistan. And also we're helping the government to review and revise the role of the Technical Regulations Agency to adopt risk-based approaches on conformity of important products. And another area is assisting the Department of Non-Financial Support for Entrepreneurship, which is set up under the SME Development Agency to help digitize SMEs. And I think this is one of the areas which you mentioned in your introduction when you talked about small percentage of businesses which have online presence. And in general help the SMEs to improve their financial literacy. I think it's very important also to promote the innovation of the smaller local companies. And again, this is also an important area if the companies in the country want to maintain the access to the European Union generalized system of preferences. And the third, although it's not the only thing, but finance is still important, and it's important for the SMEs to have good access to variety of financial products and services. And one important area where we're working with the government is helping the government to improve the existing public credit guarantee scheme, make it more transparent, more accessible to businesses, and more sustainable. And also maybe enabling the use of account receivables and warehousing receipts as a collateral. And of course, we are discussing and helping the government an idea to set up various venture capital funds focusing on the small and medium enterprises. Let me stop here.
Great, and I was just going to say, so I'm keeping score, so you've got one penalty point for not mentioning CASA. You get a bonus point for aligning your interventions to the World Bank Enterprise Survey results. I feel like I can only offer you the bonus point there for that.
Thank you.
I wanted to pick one thing out from what you said about risk-based management. You know, one of the observations for me, and I think I've had a couple of conversations with Zafarak about this and others, is for me, one of the most interesting changes is between 2017 or 2018 when I first got here and now, is this culture of moving, you know, in Uzbekistan in 2018, at least when I first arrived, there was this approach that I used to see in enforcement, in tax enforcement, that it was all or nothing, the 100% compliance rate, right? And so everybody was subject to these onerous audits and checks all the time. And there's been a lot of progress in these years in moving to this risk-based approach where you're trying to be more focused, not only to save your own money as the government in how much you're spending to get people to comply, but also in the amount of time it takes for businesses to comply. And I think that has also, you know, when we talk to businesses, they say it's completely transformed in terms of the number of days the tax inspector is sitting there eating at the restaurant. You know, you've lost a table and a lot of plov waiting for the tax inspector to finish the audits. But it's really nice to see that, you know, and I think that was an interesting point there. I want us to move across to Adhamaka. You know, siz, you know, minglar ming tadbir kollar uchun, you know,
for thousands of
thousands of businesses across the country as the Chamber of Commerce to Tashkent and to convey and talk to the government, right? What are your perceptions from that helicopter view where you have this interaction with businesses, where you are talking to entrepreneurs across the country? What for you, if I asked you to pick maybe 3 most impactful differences between 2017 and today, what do you think people in a more spread out geography are telling you, you know, and what, you know, that you are conveying back to government? What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you. Я думаю, что если говорить...
Speaking of what has changed and picking only 3, 4, it is quite difficult. But first of all, what has changed is the mindset of the people, and people are not anymore afraid of speaking what they think, saying what they think, and they understand that nothing will be done to retaliate them. It is not about SME only, but only the open and frank businessman is able to build a well-developed economy. Because in the society, thanks to the president, we are now we under the old rulers. We were used to only whispering in the kitchen. We were not able to speak only in the kitchens, and this is something that you cannot change in 5 years. Now, and second, now we have open dialogue with authorities and law enforcement agencies, and I have witnessed all stages of this process. It was even forced by the president, who made people to hold an open dialogue with the businesses. And Zafar Hashimov is a good example. When we at CCI were defending their interests in the Fergana region, and the Hakim resisted 5 years ago, that would be end of the story, because if the Hakim said no, that is no. But today, in majority cases, we resolve challenges in a fair way, including using his court judicial system. Thirdly, we now have open rules of the game. I used to have a company when I was a surgeon, and there was a guy who didn't want to pay bribes to the inspectors, and his life was all about proving that he was right. Because 90% of time he was spending not for to convert currency like Zafar did, but 90% time was spent to prove that he was right. He ended up to be right, but it took 90% of his time, while other people were solving them under the table. Now we have transparent rules of the game with all the inspecting authorities, and now not a single business would want to leave in 2017. Any citizen, as does any citizen of the country. Thank you.
Actually, I've now realized that I was a little bit worried after making that joke about the tax inspections that I needed to make pulao at home, but apparently I can say what I want, which is good, because I was worried the tax inspector was going to come to my house. So, but I think that's a really important point that you make about this openness where, and I've seen that, right, the dialogue that's emerging between businesses and the government, your ability to complain, to get problems resolved. I think that's really fabulous to hear that, this is the kind of message emerging. And, I think everybody has told me repeatedly, I don't think anybody is in a rush to go back to 2017. No one's in a hurry to go there. Everyone's looking forward. And as Mr. Kuchkarov said yesterday also very repeatedly and emphatically, there is no going back here. We're too far forward to go back. So, look, I want to just conclude this session with a final question to Ben. Now, I've had the privilege of working with Ben a little bit on some work on poverty reduction, and I think we've had some exchanges on this. But, when it comes to supporting small businesses, there's often this tendency across the world, it's not just here, that, governments resort to using just, the only problem must be that they don't have money, let's give them some money, right? It's, it must be access to finance that's the main constraint. And, even in Uzbekistan, I think we could agree that the majority of policies to support entrepreneurship tend to be more about giving access to credit than it is necessarily about a more holistic approach. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I think there's an emphasis on that. So I guess, Ben, the question that I have for you is that, this support may not always be well directed, right? And that, often these types of programs, they might also be quite universal. They don't distinguish between an individual entrepreneur, just wanting to start a small shop or a startup or a small and medium business. Beyond finance, and beyond the business environment reforms, what else do you think the government could do to accelerate small business growth in Uzbekistan?
Okay, well, first of all, thank you very much to the organizers of this conference for the opportunity to participate. I would like to say that I'm actually connecting with all of you from California, not far from Silicon Valley, illustrating the importance of globalization and how indeed distance doesn't really matter anymore, although since we're actually 12 hours behind you in Tashkent and it's pretty early in the morning here, perhaps distance does still matter in some respects. But let me address the question that you've posed to me by taking a step back and saying, what do we see, or posing the question, what do we see when we look at the business sector, the commercial environment in Uzbekistan and in neighboring countries? And it's easy to focus on, of course, the small enterprises, but in some respects, that focus may be a little bit misleading because in some sense, the problem is the missing middle. That is to say, in countries like Uzbekistan, there's lots of small, very small companies. And then at the other end of the spectrum, there are some very large, typically state-owned enterprises or recently privatized or parastatal enterprises, and there's not much in the middle. And what's missing, this missing middle, are genuinely private companies that started small and grew. And obviously access to finance is part of this, but there's other pieces as well. And a very important piece is formalizing those informal activities and companies that have at least one, if not both legs in the informal sector. And of course, that's necessary to get to the point where access to finance can really start to matter. So when we look at filling this gap and filling this missing middle, so to speak, of course it's about the financial sector reforms. Yes, it's about improving access to finance. It's about making it possible for small micro enterprises to access banking systems, financial instruments like plastic cards and other things that were discussed. But there are some other very important elements as well. One of them has already been mentioned in some detail, reforms to the legal system, deregulation in terms of reducing unnecessary restrictions when such is necessary. But it's also important to point out and remember that countries and economies that have very strong business sectors often have, or generally also have, very strong regulatory systems, very strong state structures.
Sorry, Ben, I'm just going to have to ask you to, if you could wrap up as well in about 30 seconds to follow the private sector rule.
No problem. So what this gets to is that you need to reform the state as well as build the capacity of the private sector through training, know-how, etc., as well as the courts and the state apparatus. And finally, this hasn't been mentioned, at least that I've heard in this setting, but there's a need for reform of state enterprises, the state enterprise sector, in terms of reducing barriers to entry for small and medium-sized enterprises. To do this, we oftentimes have to reduce barriers to exit from the market for state enterprises, so we don't have unprofitable state enterprises distorting markets and making it harder for companies in the private sector to really take off and grow. So I'll stop here.
Great. Thank you, Ben. And I think the SOE reform point is very important. I mean, I know that luckily there's a whole panel just on that and privatization, which gives us a chance maybe, to focus on some of these other issues, because I know that it's a big topic being discussed in parallel. Look, with this, I want to try and move us a little bit to thinking a little bit more deeper about some of these constraints, right? And I wonder, maybe relative to the guidance I gave you earlier, just trying to manage time a little bit, maybe we can try and shorten this session, because I'm quite excited about the next one and to put the government on the spot for the next part of the panel. Let me ask you all a couple of questions. This is a section I want to call Nurture, Innovation, and Culture, right? Which seem to be very important parts of the SME puzzle in Uzbekistan. So, what I'll do is let me start with culture first. Zafar, do you think that there are actually some cultural and social barriers to risk-taking, right, in Uzbekistan? Because, the fundamental relationship between risk and reward, is there something here culturally or socially that's a barrier to risk-taking and failure of businesses in Uzbekistan? We heard Ben talking a little bit about making it easier for businesses to exit Is there a cultural and social barrier that stops that from happening? How can we create a business culture that tolerates a well-reasoned approach to risk-taking and failure? Because my impression, I could be wrong, is that there is a low tolerance here to failure that allows things to just carry on without cutting it at the nib. What do you think about that?
Thank you for asking this question. It's where you cut me last time. So, I mean, I actually wanted to ask if only moderators have a right to give penalty points. Anyway, yeah. I mean, like, you started that entrepreneurs
it's very egalitarian. I take your penalty.
Will not be interrupted, but I was the only one who was interrupted anyway. I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah. There is. I believe there is this culture which is kind of holding entrepreneurs from taking risk. Honestly, like, I'll extend on that. I say in my lectures at university that, we as society, as individual people, have to be more tolerating risk and failures. I don't know, this probably is coming from old time, or when failures were not be permitted, and also when I also read like classic books, and you see there as well, people were kind of afraid of taking risks. But then we had the Soviet period where the entrepreneurship and and there were a lot of risks even for those who didn't take a risk. And then we had this after independence, also it was pretty risky to be engaged in entrepreneurship. And I think that this all stayed as a legacy, as a kind of backbone memory. But should we inspire more growth, inspire more active enterprise development, we should nurture that risk-taking culture. And actually, even without coming to Uzbekistan, I was doing this about risk-taking culture. If you compare America and Europe, you see the risk-taking culture differs. So the same is here. I mean, I can tell you Uzbek sayings, or even Russian,
Please do.
Yeah. It's stay in shade, move slowly, don't rush, and things which holds people culturally back. And then, when I see during, I would say, tough times of entrepreneurship, before reform started, I actually would say one strange illusion. I thought entrepreneurs who do business in Uzbekistan should be really brilliant entrepreneurs, because they work despite all these risks, and where they risk not only their status or respect, they risked sometime everything they have and even their freedom, and still did went through to make their business. And I thought when the freedom, which Adhamika said, comes, this will all explode, and it will be really big growth and from on entrepreneur side. To be honest now, I cannot say I'm disappointed, but I learned that it didn't work like that. Kind of this design of slow moving, being cautious, is we took it in our DNAs. And that's what we should, I think, change.
And I think that's a really important point, and I think it also gets us back into what we also see in terms of the private sector response to the reforms, right? People are very relieved for the reforms, but maybe there's also a little bit of tentativeness, right? That is this for real? Is this going to continue for the next 5 years? And I think this is kind of where listening, when Mr. Kuchkarov was making his remarks, for example, I think that kind of reconfirmation, reaffirmation. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to add, when I don't know, you remember when tax reforms started, I was a very vocal advocate of these tax reforms. And there I noticed one thing, you know, the tax reforms was mostly attacked by entrepreneurs who didn't want to change. You know, like they just got used to fixed tax on turnover that was simple. And this is in connection that because it was simple and it was less risky. You know, so when you show the advantages of new tax systems for growth, you know, a lot of them wanted to stay this. And coming back to previous this, you know, the previous old regulatory tax in conversion system was designed really to keep companies back from growing, you know, and a lot of these regulations have been taken off, like giving access to conversion cash, tax reform. However, you know, there are some regulations which still holds the expansion back, and they are like really in a transition point.
Can I intervene?
Very briefly.
Okay, thank you for that. Just in order to add to what Zafaraka said, you know, this can be the cultural, but this can be inherited from the past as well because of the, you know, like high risks with the associated with business, you know, this is including the property rights, etc., etc. Still, we see some elements of them. For example, people are still reluctant to go for higher business, and they prefer getting the loans instead of investing their own money. But one thing that we have to, you know, mention here, and it's my own personal observation, is that this is about the competition, you know, and the spillover effects of FDI. What I want to say by that, you know, when we have foreign direct investment or international companies who will be also operating and working in the country, they will create a, you know, a high competitive environment, and then local producers also will understand, you know, there is a kind of a common rule. Either you will grow or you will empty your place. And this will require you to be more risk-taking and, you know, to work on that and to go for challenge. And from my previous workplace, you know that, you know, the high income and high success is always associated with high risks as well. So,
I think that's an excellent point. In fact, one of the things that I didn't mention in these observations was that in Uzbekistan, the business data, the survey data shows that foreign-owned firms are 4 times likely more to export and 1.5 times more likely to use imported goods here, right? So it does show you that there's a little bit of a difference in the behaviors of how these businesses operate, and that's a very, very good point. I wanted to come back to one more point about culture, which for me is very important. And I think as a recommendation, Ryan, for next year, we should do a women in business panel, because I think that is a very important aspect to the changes that are going on. You know, one of the things that I want to talk to you, Dora, and thanks very much also, I know we spoke briefly before this, was what do you think are the main constraints, the top 3 constraints that are stopping more women? I mean, I think the numbers are not good. I don't have the latest data, but you know, that what is stopping more women from starting and growing businesses today?
Okay. You know, can I just go, I mean, a bit far from the stereotypes? And
you're the private sector, you can do anything in this panel.
Right, thank you. See, I don't know, I've been asked so much this question, like what are the challenges for women? I mean, you're a woman, maybe it's harder. Well, the business I chose is generally quite hard. I'm exporting fruits and vegetables, it's kind of, I mean, difficult business. Yeah, there are many problems there. But I mean, this will be not true or unfair to say that there is some specific problems because I'm a woman, like I'm a lady, I'm a woman. I don't see that. I honestly do not see. Do I see some problems? Yes, but because of my gender, then the answer is no. And I also want just to point at the fact that, I mean, if there is a girl who started her business with a 0 investment, and she's running this business, and it's kind of growing, yes, with some failure, but I mean, it's maybe sometimes changing. Like now it's not just agriculture, it's also digital business. So it also says a lot about the country and about the regulations. I really can't say that there are some specific problems for women in this country.
That's really interesting. I mean, and I think, I stand corrected, and I think I've learned something there, When we were looking at some of this information, we found that there was, we couldn't confirm it, but that female-headed households, for example, had more difficulties accessing credit because there was no male member in the house to vouch for them. But I mean, it could well be that that doesn't necessarily cause a big constraint in the way that maybe I was asking you this question. So it's interesting to listen to that perspective. What about your thoughts? I mean, I guess the natural segue, just to stay with you, Dora, is to ask you, okay, let's go back to the business, right? You started with exports of fruits and vegetables. It didn't go to plan. It didn't work out the way you wanted it. And then you went and tried something different to serve as the middle person and the platform for that, right? So let me ask you this question.
Okay.
And I could have wrong. Please do correct me. What do you think Uzbekistan or the business environment needs, for, you talked about skills and you talked about this type of an issue and experiment. What do we need to do here to put in, what measures need to be put in place to increase capabilities for firms? What do we need to do to identify new opportunities for businesses, to help businesses manage risks and introduce more marketable ideas?
Okay, thank you for this question. Well, you know what, I'm listening to all of you and I'm listening to all these topics. And if we go very deep to the core, to the main problem, like we mentioned that it's easier now to openly talk, and there are some problems, but it's like, much easier. But the thing is, when there is a chaos, when there is no system, it's really hard to develop. And why people used to scare to say something, because they didn't know what's going to happen. They don't know what they are allowed to say or not allowed to say. So they're like, just in case, I'm not going to say anything. And so now we also, okay, I forgot, there were another topic we'd talk about, but it's also like the core was like the absence of this system in it. So what I would say, so in regulations in the country, there are a system. We know what we are allowed to do. And I mean, that's a great point when you can predict. But in the business, in my business, in agriculture, there is still a little bit of a chaos in terms of like agriculture sector. And for me, myself, I can say that what would help is building a system. So because I also want to solve these chaos, and this is why, like you mentioned before that I stopped my first company and I'm running second. No, that's not true. The first company really suffered because there is no system. So the second company started the digitalizing processes. So for the first company would be easier. It's still going, but like this company is helping to it. Yeah. So if we say like what's gonna help, digitalization. That's like number one, I think, because like, for example, why I keep saying digitalization, why I keep saying the system, what I mean, very shortly, when I was exporting, it was really challenging. I was suffering to find a farmer, the right farmer. So like I had to cross, if I'm going to Surkhandarya, it's like a 11 hours road, and then I reach there and I'm talking to farmers from one place to another. It's like, it's also very far. So in one day I'm talking like to four farmers. So what we are doing now, we're building a system when you can open your phone and you can see all the farmers in Uzbekistan and you can actually approach them, you have their number. So it's much easier. So this digitalization actually solves a lot of problems, not just your time. Not just a time problem. Yeah, so like in terms of everything, if we just add up the digitalization, that would really help.
Thank you, Dora. I've heard your story about the app, and it's really exciting, I must say. Look, we're running short on time, so I might have to do a little bit of modification here. One thing I will maybe try and do is very quickly have a question. We did a little bit about culture, and we've talked a little bit about innovation and digitization. Eugene, let me ask you this one question. What should policymakers here do to nurture a new generation of successful entrepreneurs? Very short response, please.
I think I want to go back to the comment which Theodora made at the very beginning of this session, is that any small and medium enterprises which have to succeed, they should have a skilled labor. And in Uzbekistan, I think in the last few years, the government put a lot of emphasis on solving the issue of unemployment, especially youth unemployment. But the problem is still there, and it's not just because of the rapid population growth, but it's also because there is still a lot of mismatch between the skills which are demanded by the market and the skills which country's vocational training system produces. So this is one of the areas where we're working with the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relationship to improve the system and also to involve entrepreneurs in devising the curriculums. So the courses that the government comes up with actually are useful for the businesses, especially for small and medium ones. Yeah.
You're getting the second bonus point now. So I think ADB is well ahead here in the game because you're addressing a direct constraint that people are raising on matching the skills to the needs. Very quickly, Dan, hopefully we'll get you back on screen. I want to ask you the same question that I asked Dora, which was, what should Uzbekistan, what needs to be put into place? Silverleaf's, I feel like Silverleaf's story is just starting. What do we need to do to increase firm capability and their ability to identify new opportunities, to manage risks, and to introduce marketable ideas?
Thank you, Vinny. It's been a very good forum, and that's a great question. From my perspective, we talk a lot about managing risk, but we don't talk anything in country about identifying risk. And from a management perspective, we can't manage what we're not measuring. We can't measure what we haven't been able and learn how to identify. We've talked about failure, we've talked about opportunities, but I think Zafarika and his university, the approach that we've just discussed and heard from Eugene, we have to build capacity and management capacity for small and mid-sized enterprises in the country of Uzbekistan, contextualized to culture as well as these opportunities. So I believe that we have to help people identify what risk taking really is, how to measure it, and then how to manage it effectively so that they can stay in business.
Thanks, Dan. Very quickly, I want to play the game. And the game is, Mr. Kuchkarov went on a holiday and he gave me the chance to be the Minister of Economy. I'm the new Minister of Economy and I have infinite powers to do whatever you want. So I'm going to ask the 3 private sector representatives and Dan, 30 seconds rather than a minute. If I gave you superpowers and I said you can pick 3 laws or regulations that today, overnight, in 12 hours, I will remove it, with permission, of course, from the top, but I will get it done, what would it be? So, Dora first. Okay, if not, Dora first.
Okay, well, if Mr. Kuchkarov took with himself some other ministers as well, because my suggestion wouldn't be about the economy, then number 1, it's the educational system, I guess. We just maybe at some, it's after certain like level at the school, we just need less subjects. Maybe we have too many unnecessary subjects, and we need to be more specific. Yeah, and number 2 is like digitalization. All the regulations about the digitalization, either do it as a government or help private sector to do it.
Amazing, not 3 but 2, and that itself will free your capacity. And telecom reform, Mr. Norkulov, I hope we've noted that down. Zafarika.
Well, 36 seconds is too short, so I want to be very practical. I do invest in venture. I do venture investment, and there is small, nice, growing companies, and that's also about growth. When I want to invest, that our limited liability companies' rules are really awkward in that case, also not allowing this. Just imagine. Let's say one company was set up with 10 million sum charter capital. 1 year later, let's say they are doing some nice business and I want to buy for 100 million, 10% of their shares. There is no such a thing like shares in limited liability companies. So I want to say limited liability companies, not in the public, not in the money markets, but they can issue shares to investors. Because now if I come with 100 million, I would dilute those guys. So what we do, this is also like kind of trying to be creative. When I put 100 million, we put this 100 million from my and my partner's name the way that I will not be more than 10%, which actually doesn't represent the nature of the transaction. The second thing I would say, like, and it was very, just little this, we've been like already 2, 3, 4 years talking about that conversion is open this. So it's like, I mean, it was tremendous change, but like, now we have to talk about new things. And I was really delighted to participate in an open discussion with the president which took place. And I was glad that we're not stopping and we're not always telling about past, because there were so many new initiatives to make business more free, more, I would say, friendly. And then one thing there was told that for exporters or production companies, imported equipment and raw materials will be certification, if it comes from respectable, like I would say, certification countries, will be lifted off. I would extend that to all imports. Like, if we are bringing products from Turkey, Europe, USA, China maybe, yeah? So this, and the quality I wanted to emphasize is the market category. And then
I'm going to give you penalty points. You're well past 1.5 minutes. But quickly, the third one.
Okay, like, can I have 5 penalty points?
Do you have a third reform?
No, yeah. And
what's your third one?
So this easing certification would be good. And the third thing, which I think is good for business, and I think like it's really good, is that bonds were allowed to limited liability companies, and this is a very great thing. So I told about shares, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But on the debt side, yeah. Adhamaka, for you as well, top 3 constraints.
Ну, если вы 5 лет назад...
5 years ago, you would not be asking for 3 reforms. You would know that there is one need, just remove currency exchange limitations. Today, had the president knew top 3 regulatory documents that need to be revamping, he would have already done it. I can only suggest we need regulatory guillotine. The businesses need to sort out the huge pile of documents and regulatory acts before doing something for business. And it needs to be done not by MOJ only, but the parliament. Second, I would say that we need, if there is such a document, but if not, then we create we need to create a document creating equal footing for everyone, be it a cabinet resolution or the president decree, so that it applies uniformly to everyone. Only court can make exceptions, so no exceptions for anyone. And third, speaking of women's role, Zafar, if you ask him, he would speak for 3 hours, but I would support Dora, what Dora said, that digitization is a top priority. But this is, again, something that you cannot address with a single regulatory act. And there is a lot of work to do. And thank you for this dialogue that inspires our entrepreneurs.
My internet drops, so be careful. Last word on this session before I give the final word is to Dan. Dan, very quickly, what are your top 3?
Top 3.
Before the wishes disappear.
First, yes, I would ask for the ability to recollateralize assets. I'll give you a quick example. If, as an entrepreneur, I'm trying to manage my liquidity and I decide that I need to buy a piece of equipment and I would like to do that, I pay for the equipment in total. I would like to be able to then turn around and structure bank financing on that piece of equipment so that I can get my money back and then continue to deploy my assets as I see as an entrepreneur. Also, collateralization rules in Uzbekistan are quite ornery. They're very difficult, and the loan to values are very low compared to other parts of the world. Lastly, import tariff reform would be very beneficial for small to mid-sized enterprises, because if I'm going to purchase an asset and bringing it into Uzbekistan, it doesn't exist in Uzbekistan in the quality or the form that I need. I don't need to pay additional tax on my investment to create investment in the country. So tariff and customs reform would be third.
Thank you. My able First Deputy Minister is noting down, right, because I'm pretending, right? So thank you. Look, I want to bring this discussion to a close with we started with a discussion with the private sector starting, right? And I think we've heard from you. I want to give the last word to the government to articulate what its vision is going to be. Ilham, over to you, and take us home. Thank you.
Thanks, Vinny. How much time do I have? Okay. So.
You're not the private sector, so I may issue penalty points.
No, but for the benefit of the private sector. Because
very good.
Dora mentioned about the predictivity, and this is very important to send some clear messages. And I want to join in some aspects what Atkamake said. Basically, the important documents that already represent the vision, in order to improve the business climate are in place. And the second generation of the reforms, I think, also has to pay more concentration on implementing mechanisms. This is very important. We have more clear understanding, but we have to be concentrated on more implementation side. But adding to that, how I want to approach, to your question, like what should be the role of the government in improving the condition and environment where we can see, substantial growth of small and medium business, in general, the private sector. We can take up and bring up the many things that were already discussed by several speakers. This is the one thing is that the access to finance. This is very important, and we have to, in some way, change. What will facilitate is that the continuing with the banking sector reform. This is very important. But on the other side, we have already implemented too many incentive systems. But we have to revise together with our international partners, also together with the business community, in the context that currently we are providing the incentives, but how efficient they are, we have to think again. For example, the compensation for interest rate payments. They can be different solutions, for example. So they can be on, interim evaluation and interim assessment. So business, they got the let's say that the right to get the compensation, and so after carrying out some or achieving some results, or based on their business plan, they can continue using this incentive. The next thing is that the infrastructure. The role of the government is very important here, and infrastructure is not only means that the roads, the communication, but also the energy sufficiency, electricity, and gas supply. This is one aspect that we will be working in the nearest future. The other thing is that I fully agree with the digitalization, and we can approach this issue from several aspects. First is that from the skills, the companies will be having a kind of much potential when they have skilled works, especially with the IT knowledge, and then because when you have good people, skilled people, they can come with better ideas, they can support you. But from the other aspect, the digitalization means that creating like electronic markets, especially when we are working in the ground. When we are working on the ground, I will abuse, and this is very important in the context of the message. And abuse the time. So because having the digital markets, especially when we are doing several projects in regions, in mahallas, it's very important, and to sell the product, to have a place to sell. And digital service, we see in the pandemic period how they quickly developed. So Atkamaki can tell about this a lot, how digital service, especially in the food restaurant business, they developed. But very important thing is that use the reforms that will help to improve the business climate and increase the business activity. The one thing is that reforms on non-agricultural land. So doing the reforms, starting to develop, for example, roadside infrastructure, it's a good condition. The another thing is creating the market for land and using it as a collateral. This is also a condition, for business. But on agricultural land, this is also important. This is something that we are actively working with World Bank and other IFIs, and this is also important. So being successful here will create a lot of conditions. I will not be talking about the spillover effects and the shadow in informal sector, but informal sector, again, two messages here. Recently, President of the country, he already mentioned that our plans in reduction the tax, and this will be the facilitating and improving and allowing the condition to reduce the size of the informal sector of the economy or shadow sector of the economy. But on the other side, teaching and increasing the literacy of the business, especially, for example, for small business. This is like working with the credit history. Credit history has to be taken as a main asset in the absence of the collateral. So, and this is, I think, also very important thing. Skills, I will not argue, and I will fully support this idea because I was recently in Kashkadaria, even creating a very good condition like a mono center for training, and World Bank is also supporting, but we have to do a lot, still a lot, to meet the demand because, having the equipment, I think the trainers and the building will not be enough. My understanding is that there should be a training of the trainers as well. And ADB is working with the Ministry of Labor. I think this will be also the important. And last but not least, the competitive environment will be the important thing. I can list a number of the things, but these are the things that we will be concentrating on. And I think the success we will get, they will create a better condition for business. Thank you. And the final, maybe I will not be given the word, so I want to thank you. I used to work with you as a specialist from the development institution, but I never knew that you have very good capacity to moderate. So you have a bonus here. And actually, Ryan is not here, so maybe I will tell him, and then if you need the recommendations, I'm just joking.
You're telling me I have to go and find a new job. It's not working out for me.
Sorry for interruption, but
Please,
I want to congratulate all of yours about tomorrow, our very great day. We many years celebrated the Teachers' Day, and I think we should not only to teach somebody, but to study from somebody as well. But now we study how it's possible to become a good moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Look, thanks everybody. I just wanted to leave with one last message that I think, it's such a different environment where we're able to have these types of dialogues with government that, when I talk to you, you say that it's night and day. I think I really appreciate, the candid honesty, the willingness for all of you to share. And indeed, tomorrow is Teachers' Day, and I learned from all of you something new today. So, I think we should celebrate our teachers and wish them all the best for the years of very interesting education reforms as well that are coming through. It's interesting that we started with skills and we conclude with skills by remembering them just as we conclude. Thank you so much. Dan, Ben, thank you very much as well from the internet. And great, we're all done.
Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, 10 daqiqadan so'ng bank tizimining muvaffaqiyatli transformatsiyasi va barqarorligini ta'minlash mavzusiga bag'ishlangan davra suhbati boshlanadi. Dear participants of the Economic Forum, in 10 minutes, a roundtable session on assuring a successful transformation and stability of the banking system is going to be started. Thank you.
bir ikki uch to'rt besh
Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, 5 daqiqadan so'ng bank tizimining muvaffaqiyatli transformatsiyasi va barqarorligini ta'minlash mavzusiga bag'ishlangan davra suhbati boshlanadi. Dear participants of the Economic Forum, in 5 minutes, a roundtable session on assuring a successful transformation and stability of the banking system is going to be started. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, bank tizimining muvaffaqiyatli transformatsiyasi va barqarorligini ta'minlash mavzusiga bag'ishlangan davra suhbati boshlanmoqda. Mazkur davra suhbati ishtirokchilarini o'z joylarini egallashlarini so'rab qolamiz. Rahmat. Dear participants of the Economic Forum, a roundtable session on ensuring a successful transformation and stability of the banking system is going to be started. We would kindly request speakers and participants of the roundtable session to take their seats. Thank you. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, bank tizimining muvaffaqiyatli transformatsiyasi va barqarorligini ta'minlash mavzusiga bag'ishlangan davra suhbati boshlanmoqda. Mazkur davra suhbati ishtirokchilarini o'z joylarini egallashlarini so'rab qolamiz. Rahmat. Dear participants of the Economic Forum, a roundtable session on assuring a successful transformation and stability of the banking system is going to be started. We would kindly request speakers and participants of the roundtable session to take their seats. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the session on assuring a successful transformation and stability of the banking system in Uzbekistan. My name is David. I'm Senior Financial Sector Specialist at the World Bank Country Office in Uzbekistan, and I'm really excited to be here today with you and moderate this interesting session. The importance of the transformation and privatization of banking sector has been raised multiple times by our prior panelists during the forum, and today we are going to discuss it in a greater detail and from different perspectives, from efficiency, access to finance, and financial stability perspectives. But first of all, let me go and over the table and introduce our prominent panelists. So to the left of me is Mr. Timur Ishmetov, Minister of Finance of Republic of Uzbekistan. Next is Ms. Natalia Lim, Eurasia advisory leader at PVC, who is managing the banking sector related project in the region and is based in Almaty. Next is Mr. Abror Turdaliev, who is the deputy chairman at the Central Bank of Uzbekistan, responsible for the supervisory and AML-CFT functions. Next is Mr. Alexander Piker, independent board chairman at Ipoteka Bank. Next is Mr. Alexander Wonglech, who is independent board member at Uzpromstroy Bank. And last but not least, Mr. Nicholas Kurdiani, who is the Deputy CEO at the TBC Bank Georgia, as well as the chairman, of TBC Bank Uzbekistan and the PayMe company. Welcome again, everybody. So before jumping to our discussion, let me very briefly mention a few housekeeping items. So we are going to have today a very lively discussion, and all of you are encouraged to interact with each other actively to make our session as interesting and as productive as possible. While I will be moderating, please feel free at any time to chip in and share your views without necessarily waiting for me to ask you a question. Secondly, I wanted to also know our audience, both guests who are in this room and also our online participants, that we are going to open up for a Q&A session 2 times during this session, one somewhere in the middle and then towards the end. And I will announce about it as well. And lastly, we are going to have, our panelists are going to speak both in English and in Russian, so please keep your headphones close by you and adjust them according to your language preferences. So that's it, let's get started, and looking forward to a fascinating discussion. If you like, I would like to start with Mr. Ishmetov and then Mr. Turdaliev to set the scene a little bit for our discussion. So Mr. Ishmetov, until the global financial crisis, there was a massive number of bank privatizations in different countries with different financial development stages. However, since the financial crisis, and especially in the wake of the COVID crisis, the role of state-owned banks has raised again. So Mr. Ishmetov, you both worked in the central bank for many years, and now you are leading the Ministry of Finance, who is responsible for coordinating the transformation and privatization process of state-owned banks. So you have viewed them from both angles. Can you please share your views briefly about the main advantages and main pitfalls associated with state-owned banks in Uzbekistan?
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, thank you very much, David. Well, obviously there is pros and cons on having SOEs. Usually it's presented by the government as a good arguments. I do support some of them as well, but anyway, whatever the case, I am the prominent supporter of going to the fully private banking system and to have government or state participate at the minimum level. The main reason probably why we at certain point of our development may need state-owned banks, it's probably the market inefficiency, some market failure, which government have to address using state-owned banks. And we were frank when we talked about in our strategy for a banking reform that yes, we are going to privatize, to have a privatization in the banking system, but for a while we will need several banks in the government's hands. I can give you a couple of examples. There are some areas which, for obvious reasons, will not be addressed by the private commercial banks because they will not be willing to take some risk on some areas or even in some regions. There is lots of programs in emerging economies, like, for example, supporting lending to youth entrepreneurs, supporting some lending programs to women businesses. And those support, obviously, it's always better to do it through the private, pure commercial point of view. But at some level of the development, there is some administrative power of the government really needed to start those programs, and we obviously can use only state-owned banks. Another issue is the obligation of the government to provide access to the finance, equal access to some basic banking products across all the region, across all the districts in the country. If you looked at any private commercial bank, you will not find currently in Uzbekistan any bank which has branches or presence their business in any single district, which is roughly 200 districts in our country, because it's not profitable for them to operate in those areas. But at the same time, as a point of financial inclusiveness, it is obligation of the government to provide such basic products in those areas. So finance to access is another issue. And probably the third one is to use those banks in a difficult times. For obvious reasons, when we have difficult times, pure business will not be willing to take some risks, and they will restrain themselves for expanding their businesses. And in these cases, government through state-owned banks actually can use this cyclical policy and continue to lending to the businesses in difficult times when private businesses probably willing to hold on this issue. So there are lots of other arguments, and I do not claim that those issues cannot be addressed using the private banks, or they cannot be addressed using a different way. But at a certain point of the development, I think this is the main rationale to having state-owned banks. But the negative side, the biggest one now, as a Minister of Finance, I can say this is with one word, this is a fiscal risk. Because everybody knows in state-owned banks, efficiency is much lower. We know there is some government intervening in the credit policy with the good intentions. It happens. We sometimes do it. No, this is not the secret. And it reflects at the level of profitability. If you compare the data, look at the profitability of all state-owned banks and all the private banks, you will see a big difference. The weak corporate governance, it's not the case for all state-owned banks in all countries, but in our case, it's still small, and we are trying to address this issue. So it's eventually it creates a risk for a government as a stakeholder constantly recapitalize those banks. There is a risk, or actually it happens that they do not actually pay dividends. There is a risk that even if they pay the dividends, as I said, because they are less efficient, it as a cost of I would say return on investment will be very, very small. So this is the main problem as a kind of always the cost to keep those state-owned banks is very expensive for the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eshmetov. I think you laid a very good ground, and actually we are going to discuss all of these questions in more detail. Access to finance, problem with the corporate governance, efficiency, and the other points that Mr. Eshmetov mentioned. Mr. Turdaliev, one question. So you have been working in the central bank for a long time, and you have been leading the supervisory function, and you have been at the forefront of the development of the banking sector reform strategy that was adopted in May 2020. It sets a very high and ambitious agenda for the next 5 years. So can you please very briefly tell us about the main objectives and expected outcomes of the strategy, please?
Good afternoon. Indeed, this strategy is the key, the first step towards development of modern banking system that we expect to have by the end of 2025. And its goal is to transform the banking sector into a modern banking system, increasing its attractiveness for investments and creating great conditions for development of modern banking products. And the overall expected results here is creation of an efficient banking system. Development, creation, expansion, improving affordability and increasing quality of banking services, reduction of state's share, and the results of implementation. As a result of implementation of this program, we will divest the government share in 9 banks, and the share of private sector in aggregate banking assets will exceed 60%. That is the main goal. And today, majority of assets are state-owned, owned by state-owned banks, and the efficiency of the banking system and its stability is dependent on the performance of state-owned banks. And in the future, all these activities, as mentioned before, will be implemented through improving corporate governance, improving internal risk management systems. Accordingly, the quality of assets will improve, and the new technologies will come to the banking sector, and their affordability, inclusion will be increased in each region thanks to this work.
Mr. Turdaliev. Well, indeed, you know, as Mr. Turdaliev rightly mentioned, today we have about 85% of the market share owned by state-owned banks, and reaching to 60% where the private sector is going to reach to 60%. It's a big step. And, you know, of course, this is not something on the paper, no? So we have been discussing during the forum already significant step that the government is already taking, starting with the changes in the corporate governance. You know, the process at Ipoteka Bank is already in the process of finalizing the first very important deal with OTP Bank and so on. So this is indeed very encouraging. But Alexander Picker, I would like to now address to you. You have more than 30 years of experience working in the banking sector, and you worked in different countries. And while, as Mr. Tudaliev mentioned, the strategy is really ambitious, there could be some difficulties down the road. So what kind of issues do you see in the implementation? What kind of impediments? And also, maybe you can also answer this question in the background of experiences of some other transition countries. What can we learn from them? And the second question, I think, will be very interesting to our audience as well. From which part of the world there would be an interest to invest in the Uzbek banking sector? If you can elaborate on this as well. Thank you.
Sure, David, thank you very much. I think the interesting point is from learning from others. Learning from other mistakes is less painful. So it's a good idea to look, okay, where are the biggest pitfalls? And I would call there two sicknesses. The first one is the consumer debt tsunami. So this is something which we know from all the countries. Best I know that from Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's a tsunami, so that there is a tension between tectonic plates, and it builds up and nobody sees it, and all of a sudden everyone takes a loan for not for mortgages, where it does make sense, but even for smaller things and for consumer goods, white goods, and so on. So nobody thinks that's a problem, and all of a sudden there's a tectonic move, and then the tsunami comes and clears out the shores. And this happened in a lot of countries. This ends then in loss of trust, bank runs, huge other problems, problems for the whole banking systems and even stable banks. And I lived through such a bank run in Serbia, where it's just amazing how quickly it can go, and it can go from no problem to a real tsunami. Second sickness I would call the problem loan cancer. So this is a little bit slower, but it is important to look at that from a very early point. I was working there together with my colleagues, by the way, in a neighboring country, and you can really see how this cancer develops. At the very beginning it is, yeah, let's not do anything with the problem loans, we'll forget it, they are all friends, and let's not rock the boat, and let's be careful. No, this is exactly which leads then to a paralysis of the banking system, to the running away of all foreign banks, to the loss of trust, and to huge problems which are everywhere. So start at the beginning, be very cruel, allowing failure, and then even if necessary bankrupt banks. So and allow failure on that. So I think this is very important. Regarding the second question, very quickly, I'll be very candid. What does an investor look for? He wants to make money. So very easy. So if the market is big enough, if the market is good, if there's the opportunity to make money, any investor from a lot of regions will be interested. Now in the banking community it's very difficult. I mean, the large network banks are not really interested in throwing their net over more countries because they have been burned, for example, too in a neighboring country. But still, if you make the right conditions, Uzbekistan is there in a very sweet spot with a large internal market, so they will come running, and they do.
Excellent, thank you so much. Well, we all know that even if we succeed to bring in strategic investors, this will not be enough to address the broader financial sector issue that we have in Uzbekistan today. Mislim, let me turn to you now. So you have a very strong background in transformation of banks, and you are also working with a couple of bank transformation in Uzbekistan. I would like to know your views about the complications in managing the transformation process in Uzbekistan, especially the complications related to institutional change, to change of management, new culture, and more importantly, the human capacity that we have been talking a lot about during this forum, but especially in the banking sector, and perhaps what can be done about it.
Thank you, David. In terms of the transformation of banking system, first of all, it's a really good thing what the Ministry of Finance decided to do. Yeah, I'm really happy what Mr. Ishmetov said, that the government does acknowledge that the government cannot be a good manager, and the reduction of the share of the government controlling banks has to go down. In terms of the proper transformation, I think it's very important that it's a mutual cooperation of three parties. It is the bank, the consultant, for example, if consultant is involved, and the stakeholders, like active involvement of the members of the supervisory board as well, yeah, and it's not like just chasing, but brainstorming, thinking together, yeah, it's important. In terms of the culture is difficult to change, yeah, the culture is just very difficult to change, but if there is a willingness and you can introduce certain behaviors in 1 and 2 years, the culture will be absolutely different. In terms of the transformation and the scope of work, for example, yeah, what is critically important is to do it step by step. Because the success of the transformation, when you have a backbone, when you have a basis on which you can build a success story of each particular bank. Because if the bank thinks without a proper basis, proper credit analysis, proper processes, monitoring, reporting, risk management, etc. It's not just about like nice offices, new chairs, like it's not a vitrine, yeah, it's a different. You have to do the product on a really good processes and methodology. So the civilization and digitalization is not about buying soft or heavily invest in IT, yeah? First, you need to understand why you buy that and that your people are ready for that. And if you do something like financial function, treasury function, asset management, liability, yeah? Asset liability management, risk management, so people should also have a willingness to learn more, even if you have a very small team. But if that team is dedicated, committed, and want to learn, you kind of have a really good start to make a successful transformation. But if people are indifferent, yeah, if people don't want to learn and they think that it's just a tick-the-box exercise, then it's a failure. So the problem with the transformation, I think, and the success of the transformation really depends on the attitude. And the consultant, if is involved in the transformation, should also understand it's not just a project. Building the relations with the bank, with the government, with the Ministry of Finance, it should be like a marriage, yeah? It's a partnership. It's forever.
Thank you, Ms. Lim. Just one follow-up question. So, can you tell us a little bit more about the human capacity side of the bank? So, for example, we already mentioned our panelists about the financial stability risk, about the crediting to the retail sector, which is associated with underwriting. Within the different structure and some of the banks that you are working with, where do you see the most priorities where the banks need to build the capacity, and how can this be addressed? Should be decentralized? Should every bank do it on its own? Should, I don't know, the Banking and Finance Academy play a role? Should the central bank play a role? If you can share, please, very briefly your views on that. Thanks.
Yeah, what we observed that not many banks have like full-fledged proper finance function, and we're not talking about the official reports, yeah, or the compliance reports. We're really talking about the management reports, because management reports is a backbone for the decision-making for the front office. So we haven't found that such function like exists, yeah. Sometimes you need to build it from the scratch. And on another thing is that the risk department should also understand that they need to learn a lot, and they present in bank not just to say no on everything, yeah. they are there to support the business to manage different risks, not only credit risks, but also market and operational risks. So that's quite important, a cooperation between back office and front office. In terms of the capacity, I think it's a problem everywhere with high quality people, with knowledgeable people. For example, I'm based in Kazakhstan. Yes, I do have a lot of projects in Uzbekistan. But in Kazakhstan, we have the same issue with people, yeah? And of course, the support of the Ministry of Finance and the central bank as the regulator is extremely important, because certain support with education is important. It's not only about the prudential requirements, but it's also about the support, and the support could be not only in the form of the government programs or kind of financing, yeah, but also in terms of the good quality people, yeah, certain qualification requirements. So that particular support from the government is also critically important, which will give like a good start for the entire banking system, yeah. So it's training, seminars, a lot of other things, yeah, that will give like a really big boost for education.
Thank you very much. Well, I think the central bank is already doing a lot of work in working on the fit and proper requirements on the key positions in the banks, and I think Mr. Turdaliev can comment on it a little bit. But before going to Mr. Turdaliev, may I turn to Mr. Von Gleich, please? You are also the head of the remuneration committee in Uzpromstroy Bank, and you are discussing this, human capital related issue in very detail. What can you share from your perspective? Where do you see the issues, and what solutions are being discussed right now?
Yes, it's indeed a key point of the transformation of our bank as a HR function in all levels. And what we are looking for at people, there's one is the side of skills, and the second is attitude. Skills, technical skills, sometimes you can simply implement, but what is key is the attitude. And I've worked for 25 years in different regions, and I've seen banks with the best technical risk systems getting grounded because the attitude at the top management was wrong, the risk culture, and that's what I'm talking about. Now, in our bank, this is of course a challenge, because actually, how did it work in the past? The bank received two things from the government: funding and an order where to allocate the funds. Now, banking is very simple, is working with other people's money and give it back. So you bear a responsibility, which is, on the one hand, you do a proper technical analysis of the project, but you also need to weigh the risk. So the key thing that we are looking at now on top management, middle management, is improve the risk culture and the attitude. Now, what is needed is, first of all, a lot of communication. That not happened in the past. It was like a closed shop. At the top, they know. Or in Russian, there is the "Вы руководство, вам виднее." Yeah? Now we're working on communication. And we have done a lot of things. We have first we changed the hiring process. Jobs are advertised, CVs are received, are scored, and this is open. We have changed the compensation method. Before there was a jungle of 40 different ways of compensation: the allocation for potatoes, the allocation for fruits, etc. And we made it, there is a fixed salary you can reckon on, and you get a bonus if you do a good performance. So when do you get the bonus? In earlier times, it was depending on your personal relationship to the top manager, and maybe you were a relative or not, or a good friend. Now we have KPI, and we have developed dashboards. And I mean, again, to tell you about the skills that we have in the bank, I've never seen these dashboards before. It's in real time. Everybody, they sit at the computer, hit the bottom, and see what is my performance and what I'm getting. And now there's a big discussion still. We want to make another step and want to be very transparent, so that I mean, the bosses right now see the performance of their employees, but it also would go the other way around. And this form of openness is a key thing, because you need this kind of risk culture on all levels, that you make this a whole team and then make it a success. And I'm convinced we will achieve this.
I wish you great success. Indeed, the work that you are doing is really, really important, and it's a backbone of the bank. Mr. Tudalia, do you want to add anything on the corporate governance issue and perhaps some of the central bank requirements and the processes with the fit and proper testing or something around that?
Yes, indeed. Last year we had approved the regulation on the minimum fit and proper requirements, minimum corporate governance requirements. We strengthened the management-related requirements. We are interviewing and evaluating fit and proper compliance of the board members, and I would like to highlight our interaction, the work we are doing with independent board members in the banks. This is the efficiency of this process has improved largely, and we are discussing their problems in implementing their functions with them on a regular basis, and we give them a certain mandate. They are responsible, making them responsible for the financial condition and stability of the bank. And I can say that in our conversations now, there was a period when they first faced how the management board works, which was until recently absolutely independent and nobody controlled or interfered with their work. But now with the independent board members, we have KPIs, certain strategies, certain standards in communication, and this all makes the life of the management much more difficult. But on the other hand, this way we are changing the culture in the banks, and this is the key objective, changing the system of corporate governance. Today, in the state-owned banks, the share of independent board members is about 30%, but in the near future it will reach, according to strategy, it will exceed 50%, and their weight will be much higher. And today, many independent board members, they are appointed to the key committees, such as Internal Audit Committee, Risk Management Committee, also Remuneration and Appointment Committees. These are the key committees, and they are currently impacting the bank's operations and changing the business models of the bank. And we believe that this way, in the near future, we will observe substantial improvements in the risk management systems from supervision point of view. And from the other point of view, we based on the efficiency of this experiment, we will continue transformation and start preparing banks for privatization, and I believe this will help. This will make realization easier.
If possible, I would like to give a comment on improvement of a regulatory framework with regards to corporate governance. Just recently, I felt it on myself, the very active work of a regulator in this area. You may know that all of the independent directors, my colleagues are here, they will second that, they are chosen by the Ministry of Finance. There is a competition. In most state-owned banks, there are already several independent members, and the regulator communicates with them actively. There are certain responsibilities for the regulator, and also there are certain penalties for the members of the board. There was a case when one relatively recently appointed members of one of the supervisory boards, after talking to regulators, he contacted us, saying that there could be penalties imposed on the supervisory board for non-compliance, for negligence. But in case of our bank, there are certain deficiencies which we need to rectify by a certain deadline. They are not so easy to rectify. So there are risks that in the meantime, the regulator will be penalizing me. So please, could you reconsider your remuneration system, the salaries, because there is a risk. So I'm thinking, is it good that the regulator is so active, or maybe this is being a bit too active? I would like to say that at first it was not so easy because there were no independent board members, and we were considered to be something very, very strange, very unusual. There were different opinions. One opinion was like, look, we are anyway in a state-owned bank. This is an independent director, and he has no powers. No impact can be made. Others said we were enemies, just enemies. But in any case, let's keep away from them. So we had very formal communications. And of course, because of the pandemic, we could not come. Everything was done via Zoom video conferences. It was quite difficult. But I'm very grateful to my colleagues in the supervisory board and also you in the ministry, in the bank, in the central bank, for overcoming all these difficulties together. And presently, I can say that we are already viewed differently. We remember that we, as directors, we are responsible and accountable to the shareholders. Of course, we have a function of control. We have certain powers and decisions which are up to us to take. And we are also advisors. We advise on all banking issues. And this brings a great satisfaction. That's what I wanted to say. In our bank, the majority of people, they can see that there are greater opportunities now for the bank to develop, and also these people can develop personally. They are eager to learn. They want to build their capacity. They are grateful to our committee for doubling the training budget, etc.
Really discussed a lot and into very detail on corporate governance, and one thing that I can take out of here is that judging by how discussion is going is not just simple, we put one board member, two board member. We are discussing deep issues in the banks. How is the culture changing? How is the board interacting with the CEO and many other aspects that has been discussed, which means that, this is really going the right way. A lot has been done, as was said during the forum, a lot to do, but this is, encouraging that we are going on the right direction. Mr. Kurdiani, I would like to a little bit shift our discussion and change to another topic, which I think will be of interest to many, is about the competition. So we have been discussing a lot about, transformation and privatization of state banks, but we know that some of the state banks are going to remain in the government ownership for the foreseeable future. MBU, for example, Microcredit Bank, Agrobank, which together today account for about 30% of the market share. They might be continuing enjoying some privileges due to explicit and implicit government guarantees in terms of funding and many other aspects. So what is interesting is to know your view in terms of the future competition market in Uzbekistan banking sector, how private banks are going to compete with state-owned banks. Would state-owned banks be complementing or would be competing to the detriment of the private sector development? How do you see that?
Thank you. Firstly, it's good to be here, and thanks for the invitation. I think competition is always good, right? And I don't think the state-owned banks will have any privileges from the customers, because at the end of the day, both state-owned and private serve the customer, right? Would it be business customer, would it be private individual? At the end of the day, and the current reality in the 21st century shows that whoever is giving a better service wins. So in my opinion, what we observe already in the last 2-3 years on the market is the massive digitalization of services, right? We ourselves launched a fully digital bank. There is not a single process which would work with human involvement. Everything is end-to-end digital. So So the market is ready for this kind of stuff. So in my opinion, competition will be there because this massive privatization program will result in private interest in the market. However, this will bring more advancement, this will bring more competition, this will bring more development, and in any case, we will have to perform for the customer's sake a better job. Otherwise, the market shares will be redistributed otherwise. So I don't think that the banks will have the privilege from the customer side in terms of competition, because state-owned is one. Of course, it gives maybe more trust, but at the end of the day, when you are encountering a bad service or a less, lucrative product, then you are also decreasing your trust to the product, right? No matter who is the shareholder. So I'm a very big believer in this, and I think this will be the case in Uzbekistan too.
Thank you very much. You actually came to my second question that I wanted to ask about the trust. But before that, I wanted to announce one thing. As I mentioned in the beginning, we have come to the middle of our discussion, and I want to open up for a Q&A to our guests in the room and maybe also online participants. So just one kind request: when making a question, please introduce yourself briefly and tell us who your question is addressed to. And then state the question. Just refrain from making any statement just for the interest of time. And before our audience make their mind about the question, let me continue with you about the trust. I know that many banks in the world are putting a lot of effort on developing their corporate branding. I would like to, if you can briefly tell us, what is the corporate branding about? Why does the bank focus on them? And how can banks in Uzbekistan adopt this for the benefit of increasing the trust to the consumers?
Yeah, for TBC, branding, corporate brand and corporate identity altogether is one of the most important things. When we talk about ourselves, we talk about our brand. Now, why this is so important to us? Because we believe very much in a term which is called love marks. So the marks which consumers love, right? We know big companies like Nike, like Apple, like others, which we just love because they are delivering fantastic experience, or on the other hand, they are delivering fantastic products, and also brand communication. So we place lots of efforts on this, and we assume, and we have seen it in Georgia a lot, that once you have a special affiliation to a brand, so you feel yourself affiliated with the brand, you like its content, the way the brand lives, as a human being, let's call it this way, then you increase your trust to the brand, because just a product doesn't really, is not really sufficient, because you have to have a product with very proper positioning. Because if the product is not well positioned, then basically its success will be questionable. This is our approach, and that's why for TBC strategy, branding is one of the most important components.
Thank you very much. Let me now then turn to our audience and see if we have a couple of questions there. Just one kind thing to keep in mind. We are going to discuss in the second round of moderated question the benefits of the transformation of the banking system for the private sector and MSMEs and financial stability issues. So this is coming, so please keep this in mind. And let's see if we have any other questions, from the room. Please use the microphone. Thanks.
My apologies to English-speaking auditory. I will continue in Russian.
I have a question to the central bank and to maybe partially to the Ministry of Finance. You mentioned that you are going to you see the banking system having 60% private interest. That means that part of the state-owned banks will be transformed into private banks. But for the time being, you are managing the system and appointing the independent board members. What will happen after you increase the share of private banks? Will you introduce prudential requirements for the private banks to have independent board members or not? Actually, this requirement applies to all banks already, regardless with regard to the independent board members. Only in state-owned banks, this process is gradual, and in state-owned banks, it would be difficult to find people to have majority board members. But in private banks, this is already a norm. And 60%, I mean, that will be achieved after the sale of 9 out of 13 banks. Only the National Bank, Agro-Bank, and Microcredit Bank will be retained in state ownership. Second question is, what is the appetite for foreign capital in banking sector? There are no limits. We don't have a specific target 60-40, as you say. We have an understanding that the state's presence should reduce among the to reduce the government's fiscal risk of ownership in banks. I would also say that that the presence of a government in an enterprise or with a dominant position, be it banking sector or any other sector, creates a condition when you cannot ensure equal footing for all the players in the market. We have a clear understanding, therefore, that even with when we retain some banks in state ownership, we should guarantee fair playing field for all the participants. And every time we spoke to the investors, they always ask this question. In the banking system, we have no such problem, but there are sectors where the SOEs are monopolists, and they have a lot of benefits, and the private investor knows that he will not be on equal footing. But in banking sector, we hope that we expect to privatize part of the banks, but for the remaining banks, the condition would be that they have no preferences. And there are already almost no preferences. There are some preferences in funding, yes, but they are directed to the areas where the private banks are not investing. As for the private capital, the banking sector is considered to be of strategic importance, and therefore the end goal of the privatization is not to earn on privatization proceeds, but to attract quality investors. And we will be looking, analyzing who is coming to the market. For example, if we have a very rich investor who can pay double the price, but he's not a banker, then we are not interested. We want to have professional bankers with their new banking technologies, and as a minimum, other banks will have to compete with them, at least copying their innovations. Therefore, I cannot say that we will prefer certain countries, but we want advanced, experienced banks, regardless of origin. But we have no illusions that the top banks are lining up to enter our market, because large Western banks have their own problems. They're leaving many markets. They are strengthening their own regulatory requirements, and we have no illusions. We are trying to be realistic, but the key objective is to have high-quality banks in our market, and we will facilitate this process.
Okay, one more question, and then we go to the second round.
Thank you very much. Alexander Bulgakov of Raiffeisen. I have a question to Mr. Ishmetov and maybe to the Deputy Chairman of the CBU. We are working to issue Eurobonds of hypothecaus from Stroy banks, and the size matters. Investors like to have more, and the midterm and long-term privatization program calls for a number of smaller banks to be private banks other than the big four. Are you considering consolidated smaller banks before privatizing? And if the decision was made as is, then why? Thank you. In principle, all our plans are already public in the strategy, and the main goal is to attract strategic investors with an absolute understanding that smaller banks will probably not be very attractive for investment. We understand that large banks will need to be prepared for privatization through transformation, through engagement with IFIs like we did in Ipoteka and other banks. But it does not mean that we will strictly follow the scenario. As we proceed, we understand that consultants will have an opinion, including options for consolidation of 2 or more banks. It may be possible. I cannot call the names, but there are large banks, there are medium-sized banks, there are only 2 or 3. From among them, we can consider some mergers. But I have to say that with regard to smaller banks, we recently saw a different situation which was not expected. For example, there are 2 very small state-owned banks, Poitacht Bank and Uzagro Export Bank, that were established relatively recently with a very small capital, as one of them isn't capitalized yet. And the strategy was to merge them with one of the larger banks instead of transforming them. Transforming a bank no bigger than a pawn shop. But then there was this idea to try to use different approach without transforming, just auction them, sell them through the Sama. Sama hired consultants to evaluate the banks and to run the transparent procedure. And we were surprised that we had several bidders for each of the banks. And well, there are certain requirements applicable to the shareholders of the bank according to the law, and therefore CBU should vet the investors to assess their quality and sources of the funds. But at this time, the 2 Russian banks expressed interest in buying one of the banks. This is something that we did not think of in the strategy. So the whole process is evolving, and any option is possible. Thank you.
So let me now go. So we have been discussing so far, questions which were concerning the transformation process itself, internal, related to bank-contained issues. Now, but a lot of people are now thinking, okay, so we are going to have a transformation tomorrow. How this is going to help our economy? How this is going to help the expanding private sector and MSME sector, who have traditionally lacked, so to say, the needed quality and range of financial products. For example, the short-term working capital lending has not been very popular in Uzbekistan until now. So, Mr. Kurdiani, let me ask you about this. So how do you think the new transformation is going to help the private sector and MSMEs, and what can be done now to ensure a future-fit banking system from the start?
I think if you look at the market now, we do not have many players which are massive in MSME lending, right? And especially in micro lending. We have personally this sector quite well developed in Georgia, but it started quite some time ago, and there were specialized players, or those players who said strategically that we want to be present on that market, on that segment. So I think here too the banks will have to decide if the segment itself is interesting for them, and then they will start developing tailored products, because MSME is quite a specific market with very specific needs. Then agro business kicks in. Uzbekistan is very big in agri business and agro industry. So I think, the banks will have to strategically decide. It doesn't go together with the process. You have to really focus on this business and maybe create separate divisions for this. Concretely in TBC Bank Georgia, we have board member position, basically, which is serving MSME segment altogether. So it's quite big, and that's why I think the banks will have to decide this way too. On the contrary, you know, there is a term catch-up effect, right? When the new economies basically enter modern business with modern technologies. So I think the banks will have to think about going into that segment with digital processes and digital propositions. Now, why? Because serving MSMEs is very costly. If you take the cost-income ratios for the segments across the banks which are active, they are quite high. They are not so much comparable, basically, with retail business. So if you want to be efficient and sustainable in that segment, you have to make sure that you do it in a digital way from the very beginning. And Uzbekistan, I think, has everything ready for that, because, again, I can bring our own example in the country that we launched digital bank. All the processes are digitalized. So I think that the country is getting very much ready for digital financial services, and my general recommendation would be to enter this segment with digital accent, strong digital accent.
And especially within the regions, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, very good, thank you. Let me turn to Mr. Wongley. So, since the economic liberalization, we have seen quite high credit growth in the banking system. In 2017-18, we had 50%. In 2019, we have a bit higher than 50%, and it moderated a little bit in 20 and also a little bit of this year. But at the same time, some can argue that we also have an unmet credit demand in the economy still. What do you think, to what extent the state-owned banks have been misallocating the credit, also due to some state-owned programs, and what can be done about it?
Well, it's to some extent the large state-owned
Sorry,
banks.
just to add, because also we see that the NPLs in the banking system has been also rising during the first half of this year. So also within this context, the misallocation and the possible issues related with state programs of lending.
Well, we are in a transformation process, not only of the banking system, which is a front runner, to help then also the real economy. It's also transformation in terms of more, companies need to be privatized, new companies will be set up, and that is a process where the government should not really intervene, but should support, because I strongly believe that in Uzbekistan, like in many other countries, there is a very strong entrepreneurship. There is the ground for that we will see hundreds, thousands, hundred thousands of small entrepreneurs. There could be 5 people, could be 10 people in various sectors. Typically, they start in those sectors with a quick turnover, which is trade, this is service, and only then, when they are a bit more convinced that in stability, etc., they start to invest. And my experience is that these people, they need to be given a chance, not necessarily a subsidy. One should think about perhaps lending programs, either with IFIs, EBRD, etc. The problem is, and Nicholas very well described it, it's costly for the banks because you don't have the financial information available. A lot of them are, forgive me, still operating, Minister of Finance, as we know, there are a lot of them in the shadow economy, not really properly writing their financial statements, and then it's difficult for a bank to make a judgment. There are now scoring systems that take all this into account. But I think it is very important, and it's doable. And as a personal note, it was back in '98 when I came to Georgia, and these guys at TBC, they were already the best bank, but they were very small. And KfW and others wanted to do something for the sector and thought about a project of establishing a microfinance bank. All other players in the banking sector were screaming foul. TBC said, that's good. It's good. Give us equal 2 conditions. We want to participate in this project, and it became the largest local shareholder. And as I said, we want this kind of same rules apply to us. So if you give them long-term money, we want them. And that says, is a good example of this cooperation. One, secondly, that working with microfinance is viable. And then third, this kind of competition gives really a big kick to TBC Bank. My friend Vaho Butstrikica, the chairman, already at that time is sitting over there. We were almost catching up with TBC. It was not so far away, but then they got up and see what a big success. A bank from a country with only 10 times less the population of Uzbekistan. They did a famous IPO, and they're coming here, which is another success story because they understand how to work in these markets. They bring in technology and people. I think this is key to success, and that they have selected Uzbekistan also says quite a lot. Because these guys, they have looked, I know they have looked at Russia, Ukraine, and other places and said, no, Uzbekistan, they came.
Thank you very much.
May I add, on this very important topic is that the banks, in terms of the NPLs, we should always look as a system, yeah? Because banks cannot be only responsible for the non-performing loans within the market. Because if you have like big disparity, if we're talking about like population, yeah, there is a poor population, and we give them like even cheap lending funded by the government, they will not be able to return, yeah? So we should remember that when there is such a big disparity between rich and poor, whatever government programs we can introduce, we're still gonna have quite substantial level of non-performing loans in the retail and micro segment. So from the government side, like the work with the minimal wages and all that kind of things is important. Yeah, the banks even can take responsibility probably to increase the literacy with their clients, but that will substantially help the banks to minimize the level of non-performing loans. Because when we're talking about non-performing loans, the banks control only the credit side, credit risk, and that's it. But that risk which comes from the market, yeah, they will not be able to manage. Yeah, it's an external risk for the banks. That's why it is extremely important not just blame the banks for non-performing loans, but look at it from a bigger picture and work together. Yeah, what I want to say is that we work with a number of banks in Uzbekistan, and there is one bank which is not the easiest one, but the way we usually present to the supervisory board together with the management. And what I want to say, it's really a nice team. Nobody is indifferent. Everyone is inclusive. Yeah. And the management has an opportunity to discuss with the supervisory board, with the independent members, what to do. It's a really problematic bank, yeah, but how they work is wonderful. And we're gonna talk to the supervisory board this Saturday again with them, yeah. We know that it's not gonna be an easy discussion, but we really like to come, and I come from Kazakhstan each time, because that particular неравнодушие, yeah, this is what indifference, and that bank has quite significant level of non-performing loans, so that's important. I just want to say is that always look at from the helicopter view, yeah, it's not just the problem of the banks.
Thank you very much, very well understood. Mr. Picker, let me turn to you. So we have been discussing about, transformation of the banking system, basically serving the needs of population and MSMEs, providing them, good products, good quality, good range of products, and basically reallocating the capital to its most productive uses. But when we are talking about access to capital, access to finance, we also need to think about counterbalancing the financial stability. So in the beginning, you mentioned about a couple of countries, Serbia and others. You also worked in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is a country which weathered two big financial crises with significant fiscal and output costs. So what could be your view as a lessons learned for Uzbekistan for tomorrow? What kind of parallels do you see? What kind of lessons learned that we should take forward to mitigate the future financial stability risks?
Thank you. Weathering a storm means getting nicely through a storm. I don't think this is the case. So I think the country is still very much suffering, and you see that foreign banks are running away, or did run away, and the system still is not really stabilized. I mean, it's a good opportunity for a lot of consultants, a lifelong relationship, very good, lifelong cash flow, but. What not to do? Not to disregard the loan problem. Start early with building bad banks, allowing failure, as I said, and then there's one more thing which Kazakhstan didn't really manage to do. This is leapfrogging. I mean, really I saw a lot of consultants in Kazakhstan who were teaching the people there the banking of Germany of the 90s and the banking of Russia of the 10 years. So not very successful. I mean, look at really modern banking. Look at the cryptos. I mean, I didn't hear the word cryptos here at this conference very much, but this is already reality. We are living there. There's DeFi, decentralized finance, and so on. So, I mean, this is something Uzbekistan should also think of. Why do we still need cards? I mean, everyone is paying with a telephone. So, what is the actual plus there? So I think this needs to be thought of, and definitely address the problem loans. Do something from the central bank on a bad bank and so on. Avoid moral hazard, but still do something quickly, because if you don't do it for a very long time, as in Kazakhstan, for example, I mean, that's what you get. Thanks.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to the central bank, Mr. Trudaliev, to comment. But before that, Mr. Vonglech, would you like to add something on Kazakhstan experience?
Yeah, maybe there's one or the other thing. I worked in Kazakhstan together here with Nick and with Alexander Picker, our CEO. That was in 2008, and what we saw was. As the banking sector was developing very fast, and it was because cheap money was available on the capital markets internationally, that came easily to the country, because Kazakh banks paid higher rates. And at that time, it was almost half of the balance sheet of the liabilities of the bank. This was foreign funding in FX. Now, the first thing, and then you need to really look at how to use the bank use the money. If you have corporate clients, make sure that either they have export revenue or that they have a buffer that if the local currency devaluates, that they can pay. But the key thing, and that was happening in Kazakhstan, and I don't see this here, there was a real estate bubble. And then what happened, a lot of these large funds were invested in large projects, and then woof, crisis came, Lehman Brothers came, show was over, the money needed to be repaid, and these assets lost dramatically in value. So, and there's something we need to look at. 50% of the loan portfolio in Uzbekistan is in FX, only 40% of the deposits. There is a lot of foreign funding. Not saying that this is a catastrophic situation, but something one needs to look at, and that's what in our bank we do, and especially because our FX portion in the loan portfolio is even higher than the 50%. So we need to be very careful about this. Yeah.
Sure.
Just to add another perspective also from talking about Kazakhstan experience and then looking into Uzbekistan current situation, basically another good insight from that market is that there were two types of banks. Banks from early 2000s and then new emerging banks like Kaspi, like Eurasian, both very successful in retail. Basically what was happening is that the old ones were stuck with their problems and they were not quick to solve them. And I want to resonate with Alexander. And those ones who were quick to solve the problems, they leapfrogged. And we know the last year's IPO of Kaspi, everybody's kind of amazed with their story, right? Why? Because they were just focused on new stuff. So I think in Uzbekistan we have twofold situation. We have banking system, which is less digitalized, and we have payment system, which is super digitalized. We have actors like Click, like PayMe, like PayNet, and so on and so on. So I think that somehow this is an insight too, because the banks, if they will catch up with payments basically and quickly get off the problems from their books, you know, from their corporate cultures, because it's also a topic of attitude Alexander was mentioning in the beginning, right? If the attitude is right and commercial and forward-looking, then this leapfrog is possible. If we are stuck with the current things, then I mean we are slow. So one insight from Kazakhstan is that the past should be left behind and the new stuff should come in. And the new stuff is, again, technology, 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 you know.
Thank you very much, very fair point. Mr. Trudaliev, since we were talking about financial stability risks, maybe you would like to add something from your side. What main risks do you see right now? And most importantly, what the central bank is currently doing to improve its supervisory and regulatory function over the banking system?
Thank you for the question. Yes, indeed. You have already described our main risks, including credit risk and the level of dollarization of the loan portfolio and liabilities. And indeed, 50% of loan portfolio in systemic banks and even higher in the 3 systemic banks. NPL situation has worsened. Their number has increased threefold this year and reached 6%. We believe that this is the price we had to pay for the fast growth of credit loan portfolio in the last 3 years. We had period when the portfolio would increase by 5% because of weak underwriting, financing inefficient projects that didn't stand even the smallest of the shocks. Second reason for this situation is the COVID-19 pandemic. And the third factor is increase in provision of loans to retail loans to population. The individual loan portfolios share has increased, and their share in NPLs was at 17% earlier this year, and in September it is now 28%. So they make 1/3 of the NPLs, although they don't make that much in overall portfolio. And the dynamics are substantial. In the 3 years, the number of loans to population has increased 3.5 times. And in the structure of credit to population, the majority is not car loans and mortgages, but micro loans. Starting 2018, the banks have substantially engaged in this business, and from day one we started introducing macroprudential measures, norms, establishing caps on daily and annual interest rates and other measures. So we try to do our best to develop proper culture in the relationship between the banks and the borrowers. So the banks should not strive to to issue loans to the worst customers at the highest interest rates. But nevertheless, the growth continues because unsatisfied demand of population is growing. Where the new channels of loan provision, including online banking, is developing. On the one side, it is good from the point of view of financial inclusion. And so any citizen, regardless of where he or she is located, can get a loan. But on the other side, this reflects in NPLs. And this is the situation in the retail sector. But speaking of readiness of our banks to work with or regulate problems in these volumes is quite low. In April, in May, when we started studying the problem of NPL growth, we did field studies in the branches, spoke to the customers and different stakeholders, and we found out that the business was not ready for the situation, and the banks themselves were not. They did not have they were not properly staffed. And in the last several months, the banks have increased the number of officers working with problematic assets, both in regions and in the headquarters. They hired a greater number of professional lawyers who have experience in this sector. And overall, they started implementing systemic approaches to address this problem. And today, we are continuing providing recommendations, advising them to have a certain strategy, NPL strategy. So the bank should have a vision strategy for judicial and out-of-court resolution or improving identification of the borrowers, whether the judicial perspectives are high or not. Maybe it's easier to restructure the loan instead of collecting. They did not have such approaches at all. If 3 months have passed, then they automatically send the case to the court. They arrest the accounts, make the life difficult. Yes, we understand that they say that if somebody cannot pay for 3 months, then they cannot pay. But if they arrest their accounts, you are depriving them of utilities. Production processes are stopping, and they get even worse and borrower. And this is the part of the problem. And I think that now. We see that some banks, including Promstroy Bank, Sanatorush Bank, are engaging special companies trainers to improve their NPL strategies, and the banks need to change. They have to learn how to act on the early stages, not when the loan becomes an NPL, but when it becomes substandard. And it is at this stage that decisions need to be made to improve the situation. Although the central bank since 2019 had already issued a board decision that streamlined the debt resolution processes without changes to the status of the borrower or of the bank, or without additional provisions. But this is how it should work.
There is one thing that, among others, of course, that the central bank should be commended, is that the work that you are doing on identification on NPLs and making this number transparent. I think this is very important because market is following, everyone is following, and by the way, the last months we already are seeing that a little bit slightly, but the NPLs are started to increase, which already mean that what you are talking about, that the banks are really working on this issue, and the central bank from its own side is very flexible to try to address the issue and see how it can be done, also for the benefit of the economy. But since this is a very important topic, as Mr. Trudalier very rightly mentioned, this is a topic that is, well, over the last few years, this was not of a big interest. NPLs were around 2% or even less, so nobody was really caring. And here, as Mr. Trudalier rightly mentioned, now banks are going to think about how to establish these NPL units, workout units, and so on. Mr. Picker, maybe from the experience of, I don't know, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, that have, weathered these problems, and maybe they have gained some good experience there, what would be your advice in this aspect? What should be, I know we had a discussion last time, and you had a very interesting thing about layering different, like front office risk management. Maybe you can a little bit reflect on it. Thanks.
Hi. Yeah, now we're. As you said very interestingly, you don't have the right people because they are not the right people in the bank. The front office people, they don't know how to deal with bad loans. They sell the loan, they do it, done, thank you, not interested anymore. And then the risk people stay there, and the risk people have the big problem that they are risk people. So I'm coming from risk myself, so I know what I'm talking about. So you are very, very careful. You don't take any risk. And basically, on the NPLs, you have to take a risk. It is a business. You write off, say, 70%, and then you say, fine, I wrote it off, that's over. And now with the 30%, I really have to work, and I really have to make the best out of it. So you need new people for that. I think I worked in the split of a good bank and a bad bank in Austria, with the biggest problem bank in Austria, which was there, which was nationalized and then was again sold. The good part was sold. The bad part stayed with the state. And this creation of this bad bank, I mean, really was a big deal and really helped. So thinking of something like that is maybe a good idea.
Okay, thank you. Well, the World Bank is also working on this area, which is very important. We are going to work with development of a new law on bank resolution, and all of these aspects are going to be there, together with the strengthening of the deposit insurance framework. But that's a separate and another big discussion, which I will be happy to do, but we are unfortunately limited in time. So let me open up again to our guests, to our room, and see if we have any additional questions, perhaps for the SME and the financial stability question that we discussed. Again, kind reminder, when making a question, please tell us who you are and who the question is addressed to, and then please state your question.
I just want to make a comment while we have questions in terms of the NPLs. Yeah, the most important thing that it's a regulation as well. Yeah, because if the banks have an opportunity to sell the non-performing loans, that will give them a release in terms of the capital pressure. Yeah, if there is just a requirement on the certain level of NPL, then the banks actually, without an opportunity to sell, properly, then the banks started the behavior that they try to hide and play with non-performing loans. So it's important to have a proper regulation and opportunity for the bank to sell the non-performing loans.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a question from our guests in the room? Okay, so maybe there is one question that I wanted to pick up maybe until the question arises in the room. Mr. Trudaliev mentioned about an interesting thing, parallel reallocation of many banks in Uzbekistan to the retail lending or to the microcredit lending in particular. But there is one thing that is interesting, is that in Uzbekistan banks are providing loans exclusively based on the formal income that there is, so that the informal income is not taken into account. And you know, there are large number of people that are getting informal income, and because they cannot show anything, they kind of get out of the formal banking system, which is not desirable, because you don't know where they are going to get the loan and at what rate and who is going to give them. Are they going to abide to the same good principle that the banks are doing? Mr. Kordianek, I think this is a topic that I'm sure you have thought about in TBC, but also in general as well. What solutions are there, and what can be done at this stage?
So, it's absolutely right that now in Uzbekistan the underwriting is based on formal income criteria. But again, I have to thank Mr. Tudaliev and his team, because we are in active discussions about opening up a regulatory sandbox for income estimation models. And we've been talking about it some time ago. I think the way forward to deal with that issue, and also the issue of access to finance and increasing the penetration of lending in the regions and rural areas, is exactly that. We have to understand how we can estimate the income of a person if the person is a sole entrepreneur or small business, or a person who is not getting any official income, right? Because we know that in Uzbekistan we have a huge flow of remittances, for instance, and remittance tends to be in many markets a stable source of income for many families. So in this regard, I mean, I'm sure the regulator, and I know that the regulator is thinking about it, and this is something which is still to come. But in any case, the readiness of opening up the sandbox is very good, and basically I'm sure that many banks will be participating. And we know also that there are consultants, specific niche consultants working on the market on this kind of stuff. So I think there is a way of improving through income estimation models, statistical based analysis, and taking into consideration other sources of income, like for instance remittances, which in Uzbekistan too, as well as in our own country and other regional countries, is a big source of income for people.
Excellent, thank you very much. So if we, okay, there is one question, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Manfred Brewer. I used to be the head of the German export credit agency, Hermes, and I can say, as Mr. Picker, I have in my 33 years working with Hermes, I have learned to have pain with failed banks in that time. So I had learned with failed banks in Russia, 98. And of course, I was responsible for Kazakhstan in 2007, 2010. And you may know, Mr. Picker, that at that time, even before the crisis, the world crisis started, it had already started in Kazakhstan. In that time, of course, we asked for IFRS standard balance sheets. And in that respect, I would ask Mrs. Lin, what is the lessons learned from the auditing companies at that time, that this will not happen, that we have IFRS standard tested balance sheets, and we trusted them, and then, of course, we were cheated by the members of boards, if you know. And but what is the lessons learned for the auditing companies on that from Kazakhstan crisis?
So the question is about the quality of the financial statements issued by the banks, and to what level we can trust them. Did I understand correctly?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, Mr. Trudaliev, if you want to talk about, I think Mr. Kuchkarov already mentioned in the first discussion about the audit and the IFRS reporting that the banks have been through for a long time, and like SOEs are now moving to that direction, but the state-owned, well, all the banks, not only state-owned banks have been, but you can perhaps provide more details on that.
Могу добавить, что это
I can add that since 2019, the banks started developing their reporting based on the SFR, and they have it audited. We don't have any doubts with regards to this reporting. We trust it. Mostly in our market, there are 5 companies, the big 4. It's the big 4 and 1 local company. And we have no grounds to doubt this reporting.
So the last question, please, if you can very quickly. Let's go.
Is a note from my side. So we are now operating in 3 countries and looking for the 4th country. And we began to educate our investors. So we are a public company and we have investors in continental Europe, in UK, in USA. And we began to educate investors about Uzbek market. We began just 2 years ago. And what we learned, and just I wanted to bring that also to you, that in the beginning it was not any interest on that, but time to time, so what we see, the more and more interest for the Uzbek market, and just we have a last roadshows recently in September, and the first questions we are getting from the investors, I mean the existing and the future investors, was what is happening in Uzbek, how the guys are you doing there, so what does it mean that year by year, quarter by quarter, interest is increasing, because, and I think what is behind that, what we have learned the last 2 days, what kind of transformation the country wants to do and what kind of the reforms government will want to do, I think it's very important that if the reforms will continue in that way, transparency in the banking sector, privatization, I think there will be more and more interest from the investors. Thank you.
Okay, here was another question, but thank you very much. Okay, so I think we have come to our time. I really hope that our audience, our guests in the room and the online enjoy. I personally enjoyed. I think it was a very open and interesting discussion. So please join me in thanking our panelists for this great discussion. Thank you very much.
Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, quloqchinlaringizni stol ustida qoldirishingizni iltimos qilamiz. Rahmat. Dear participants of the Economic Forum, please leave the headphones on the chairs. Thank you. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, 5 daqiqadan so'ng birinchi zalda forumning yakuniy yig'ilish marosimi bo'lib o'tadi. Barchangizni taklif qilamiz. Rahmat. Muhiddinov Siddiq Xo'ja, plastik kartochkangizga qolganini ma'lum qilamiz. Plastik kartochkangizni olish uchun ikkinchi zalga kelishingizni so'raymiz. Rahmat. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, birinchi zalda yopilish marosimi boshlanmoqda. Iltimos, o'z joylaringizni egallashlaringizni so'rab qolamiz. Rahmat. dear participants of the Economic Forum, in the hall number 1, the closing ceremony is going to be started. We would kindly request you to take your seats. Thank you.